Testing? Testing? Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so today is Saturday, the 21st of September 2024, time 7:16. Okay, so last time I read chapters 7 and 8, so there's only 4 chapters left. So I'm going to try and read through the last remaining 4. Um, I was going to do so far I've been trying to do 2 chapters with each stream, but I'm eager to try and get through this and get back to gaming. So yeah, I want to try and finish all 4 chapters that's remaining. So before I begin, if anybody likes the story and would like to support the author, this is the book Halo the Flood by William C. Dietz, and the images are on the screen there as well. So all you have to do is just do a Google search or whatever, and you should be able to find a copy on Amazon or somewhere local. Okay, off we go. I feel like I'll always have to do that to, support the authors, so I don't get into trouble or anything, because this is the first time I've been doing a reading stream, and I'm not sure if, since I've never really seen anybody else do a reading stream before, it kind of makes me a bit nervous, because I'm like, why is nobody else doing a reading stream before? Is that allowed? But so far there's no warnings, so it's going well so far. Okay, so chapter 9, D plus 60 33 54, Flight Officer Captain Raleigh, Mission Clock, Pelican Echo 419, above Covenant Arms Cache. There's a large tower a few hundred meters from your current position. Find a way above the fog and foliage canopy, and I can move in and pick you up, Raleigh said. Her eyes were glued to her scopes as Spartan 117 took the lead, and the Marines left the ancient complex and entered the fetid embrace of the swamp. The rain and some kind of interference from the structure played hell with Pelican's detection gear, but she was damned if she was going to lose this team now. She had a reputation to maintain after all. Roger that, the chief replied. We're on our way. She kept the Pelican circling, her eyes peeled for trouble. There was no immediate threat. That made her even more nervous. Ever since they had made it down to the surface of the ring, trouble always seemed to strike without warning. For the 100th time since lifting off from Alpha Base, she cursed the lack of ammunition for the Pelicans. Knowing the dropship was somewhere above the mist, and eager to get the hell out, the Marines forged ahead. The Spartan cautioned them to slow down, to keep their eyes peeled, but it wasn't long before he found himself back toward the middle of the pack. The tower Fohammer had mentioned appeared up ahead. The base of column was circular, with half-rounded supports that protruded from the sides, probably for stability. Farther up, extending out from the column itself, were wing-like platforms. Their purpose wasn't clear, but the same could be said for the entire structure. The top of the shaft was lost in the mist. The Master Chief paused to look around, heard one of the leathernecks yell, "Contact!" quickly followed by the staccato rip of an assault weapon fired on full automatic. A host of red dots had appeared on the Spartan's threat indicator. He saw a dozen of spherical infection forms bounce out of the mist, and knew that any possibility of containing the creatures on the ground had been lost. The Pelican sensors suddenly painted hundreds of new contacts on the ground. Raleigh cursed and wheeled the Pelican around, expecting ground fire. No fire was directed at the dropship. What the hell? She muttered. First the contacts appear out of nowhere, charged into the open, but didn't shoot at the air cover. Maybe the Covenant were getting stupid as well as ugly. She hit the radio to warn the troops and winced as the muffled pop of automatic weapons fire burst from her headset. Heads up, ground team, she yelled. Multiple contacts on the ground. They're right on top of you. The radio squealed. Then static filled her speakers. The interference worsened. She thumped the radio controls with a gloved fist. Damn it, she yelled. Boss, Fry said, you better take a look at this. She glanced back at her co-pilot, followed his haze, and her own eyes widened. Okay, she said. Any idea what the hell that is? The chief fired short bursts from his assault weapon, popped dozens of the alien pods, and turned to confront a combat form. It was armed with a plasma pistol, but chose to throw itself forward rather than fire. The chief's automatic weapon was actually touching the creature when he pulled the trigger. The ex-elite's chest opened like an obscene flower, and the infection form hidden within exploded into fleshy pieces. He heard a burst of static in his comm system. Interference whined as Mjolnir's powerful communications gear tried to scrub the signal to no avail. It sounded like Foehammer, but he couldn't be sure. Okay, put this back on manager. There we go. And I should start drinking my coffee before it goes cold. It hovered in front of the Pelican's cockpit for a moment, and light stabbed Raleigh's eyes. It was made from some kind of silvery metal, roughly cylindrical, but with angular edges. Wing-like, square's fins shifted and slid like rudders as the device bobbed in the air. It, whatever it was, shone a bright light into the cockpit, then turned away and dropped altitude. Below her, she could see dozens of the things flying in a loose line. In seconds, they dropped below the tree line and out of sight. Fry, she said, her mouth suddenly dry. Tell Chief Cullen to work the comm system and punch me a hole in this interference. I need to talk to the ground team now. A tide of hostiles fell back into the ankle-deep water and regrouped. A dozen exotic-looking cylindrical machines drifted out of the trees to float over the clearing. The nearest Marine yelled, "What are they?" and was about to shoot at them when the chief raised a cautionary hand. "Hold on, Marine, let's see what they do." What happened next was both unexpected and gratifying. Each machine produced a beam of energy, speared one of the hostiles, and burned it down. Mademoiselle. That's good morning. Right, so where was I? Some of the combat forms took exception to this treatment and attempted to return fire, but were soon put out of action by the combined efforts of the Marines and their newfound allies. Despite the help, the Marines didn't fare well. There were just too many of the hostile creatures around. The squad dwindled until a pair of PFCs remained, then one, then finally the last of the Marines fell beneath a cluster of the little infectious bastards. As the newcomers overhead rained crimson laser fire on a cluster of the combat forms, the chief slogged through the swamp toward the tower. High ground and the possibility of signalling Fohammer for evac drew him on. He climbed a supporting strut and pulled himself onto one of the odd leaf-like terraces that ringed the tower. He had a good field of fire, and he fired a burst into a combat form that strayed too close. He tried the radio again, but was rewarded with more static. The Spartan heard what sounded like someone humming and turned to discover that another machine had approached him from behind. The other newcomers were cylindrical in design with angular wing-like cowlings. This construct was rounded, almost spherical. It had a single glowing blue eye, a wrap-around housing, and a cheerfully business-like manner. Greetings, I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation. I require your assistance. Come this way. The voice sounded artificial. This 343 Guilty Spark was some kind of artificial construct, the Spartan realized. From above the little machine, he could see Fohammer's Pelican moving into position. Hold on, the chief replied, trying to sound friendly. The flood? Those things down there are called the flood? Of course, 343 Guilty Spark replied, a note of confusion in his synthesized voice. What an odd question. We have no time for this, Reclaimer. Reclaimer? The chief wondered. He was about to ask what the little machine meant by that, but his words never came. Rings of pulsating gold light travelled the length of his body. He felt light-headed and saw an explosion of white light. Raleigh had just gotten the Pelican into position for a run on the tower and could see the distinctive bulk of the Spartan standing on the structure. She eased the throttle forward and the Pelican slid ahead and nosed toward the structure. She glanced up just in time to see the Spartan disappear in a column of gold light. Chief, Fohammer said, I lost your signal. Where did you go? Chief. The Spartan had vanished, and there was very little the pilot could do except pick up the Marines and hope for the best. Like the rest of the battalion's officers, Mackay had worked long into the night, supervising efforts to restore the but's badly mauled defences, ensure that the wounded received what care was available, and restore something like normal operations. Finally, at about 0300, Silva ordered her below, pointing out that someone had to be in command at 0830, and it wasn't going to be him. With traces of adrenaline still in her bloodstream and images of battle still flickering through her brain, the company commander found it impossible to sleep. Instead, she tossed, turned, and stared at the ceiling until approximately 0430, when she finally drifted off. At 0730, with only 3 hours of sleep, Mackay paused to collect a mug of instant coffee from the improvised mess hall before climbing a flight of blood-stained stairs to arrive on top of the mesa. The wreckage of what had been Charlie 217 had been cleared away during the night, but a large patch of scorched metal marked the spot where the fuel had been set ablaze. The officer paused to look at it, wondered what happened to the human pilot, and continued her tour. The entire surface of Halo had been declared a combat zone, which meant it was inappropriate for the enlisted ranks to salute their superiors lest they identify them to enemy snipers. But there were other ways to signal respect, and as Mackay made her way past the landing pads and out onto the battlefield beyond, it seemed as if all the Marines wanted to greet her. Morning, ma'am. How's it going, Lieutenant? Hope you got some sleep. Hey, Skipper. Guess we showed them, huh? Mackay replied to them all and continued on her way. Just the fact that she was there, strolling through the plasma-blackened defences with a cup of coffee in her hand, served to reassure the troops. "Look," one of them said as she walked past. There's the loot. Cool as ice, man. Did you see her last night? Standing on that tank? It was like nothing could touch her." The other Marine didn't say anything, just nodded in agreement and went back to digging a fire pit. Somehow, without consciously thinking about it, McKay's feet carried her back to the Scorpions and the point from which her particular battle had been fought. The Covenant knew about the metal behemoths now, which was why both machines were being dug out and run up onto solid ground. The officer wondered what Silva planned to do with them, and sipped the last of her coffee before wandering onto the plateau beyond. Covenant POWs, all chained together at the ankles, were busy digging graves, one section for members of their armed forces and one for the humans. It was a sobering sight, as were the rows of tarp-covered bodies, and all for what? For Earth, she told herself, and the billions who would go unburied if the Covenant found them. There was a lot to do. The morning passed quickly. Major Silva was back on duty by 1300 hours and sent a runner to find McKay. As she entered his office, she saw that he was sitting behind his makeshift desk, working at a computer. He looked up and pointed to a chair salvaged from a lifeboat. "Take a load off, Lieutenant. Nice job out there. I should take naps more often. How are you feeling?" McKay dropped into the chair, felt it adjust to fit her body, and shrugged. "I'm tired, sir, but otherwise fine." "Good," Silva said, bringing his fingers together into a steeple, "because there's plenty of work to do. We'll have to drive everyone hard, and that includes ourselves." "Sir, yes, sir." "So," Silva continued, "I know you've been busy, but did you get a chance to read the report Wellesley put together?" A crate of small but powerful wireless computers like the one sitting on the Major's desk had been recovered from the Autumn, but McKay had yet to turn hers on. "I'm afraid not, sir. Sorry." Silva nodded. "Well, based on information acquired during routine debriefings, our digital friend believes that the raid was both less and more than we assumed." McKay allowed her eyebrows to rise. "Meaning?" "Meaning that rather than the real estate itself, the Coveys were after something, or more precisely, someone they thought they would find here." "Captain Keyes?" "No," the other officer replied. "Wellesley doesn't think so, and neither do I. A group of their stealth elites were able to penetrate the lower levels of the complex. They killed everyone they came into contact with, or thought they did, but one tech played dead and another was knocked unconscious. They were in different rooms, but both told the same story. Once in the room, and having gained control of it, one of those commando elites, the bastards in the black combat suits, would momentarily reveal himself." He spoke possible standard and asked both groups the same question. "Where's the human with the special armour?" "They were after the Spartan," McKay said thoughtfully. "Exactly. So where is the chief?" "That," Silva replied, "is a very good question." "Where indeed?" "He went looking for Keys, surfaced in the middle of a swamp, told Fohammer that the captain was probably dead, and disappeared a few minutes later." "Think he's dead?" McKay inquired. "I don't know," Silva replied grimly, "although it wouldn't make too much difference if he were. No, I suspect that he and Cortana are out there playing games." With Keys out of the picture once more, Silva had reassumed command, and McKay could understand his frustration. The Master Chief was an asset, or would have been if he were around, but now out freelancing somewhere, the Spartan was starting to look like a liability, especially given how many of Silva's troops had died in order to defend a man who wasn't even there. Yes, McKay could understand the Major's frustration, but couldn't sympathise with it, not after seeing the chief in that very room, his skin unnaturally white after too much time spent in his armour, his eyes filled with what? Pain, suffering, a sort of worry distrust. The officer wasn't sure, but whatever it was didn't have anything to do with ego, with insubordination, or desire for personal glory. Those were truths that McKay could assess, not because she was a seasoned soldier, but because she was a woman, something Silva could never aspire to be. But it wouldn't do any good to say that, so she didn't. Her voice was level. So, where does that leave us? Situation normal. We're cut off and probably surrounded. The chair sighed as Silva leaned back. Like the old saying goes, a good defence is a good offence. Rather than just sit around and wait for the Covenant to attack again, let's take the hurt to them. Nothing big, not yet anyway, but the kind of pinpricks that still draw blood. McKay nodded. And you want me to come up with some ideas? Silva grinned. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yes, sir, McKay said, coming to her feet. I'll have something by morning. Silva watched the company commander exit his office, wasted 5 seconds wishing he had 6 more just like her, and went back to work. The Master Chief felt himself rush back together like a puzzle with a million pieces, wondered what had happened and where he was. He felt disoriented, nauseated and angry. A quick look around was sufficient to ascertain that the machine named 343 Guilty Spark had somehow transported him from the swamp into the bowels of a dark, brooding structure. He saw the machine hovering high above, glowing a thin, ghostly blue. The Spartan raised his assault weapon and fired half a clip into it. The bullets were dead on, but had no effect other than to elicit a bemused response. That was unnecessary, Reclaimer. I suggest that you conserve your ammunition for the effort ahead. No less angry, but with little choice but to accept the situation, the chief looked around. So where am I? The installation was specifically built to study and contain the fluid, the machine answered patiently. Their survival as a race was dependent on it. I'm grateful to see that some of them survived to reproduce. Survived? Reproduce? What the hell are you talking about? The chief demanded. We must collect the index, Spark said, leaving Spartan's questions unanswered. And time is of the essence. Please follow me. The blue light zipped away at that point, forcing the chief to follow or be left behind. He checked both his weapons as he walked. Speaking of you, who the hell are you, and what's your function? I am 343 Guilty Spark, the machine said, pedantically. I am the monitor, or more precisely, a self-repairing artificial intelligence charged with maintaining and operating this facility. But you are the Reclaimer, so you know that already. The Master Chief didn't know anything of the kind, but it seemed wise to play along, so he did. Yes, well, refresh my memory. How long has it been since you were left in charge? Exactly 101,217 local years, the Monitor replied cheerfully, many of which were quite boring, but not anymore. He he he. The Spartan was taken aback by the sudden giggle from the small machine. He knew that the AIs human used could over time develop personalities politely described as quirky. 343 Guilty Spark had been here for tens of thousands of years. It was quite possible that the little AI was insane. The Monitor chattered on, nattering about effecting repairs to Substation 9 and other non-sequiturs. His dialogue was interrupted as a variety of flood forms bounced, waddled, and leaped out of the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, the chief was fighting for his life again, moving back and forth to stretch the enemy out, blasting anything that moved. That was when he first identified a new flood form. They were large, misshapen things that would explode when fired upon, spewing up to a dozen infection forms in every direction, thereby multiplying the number of targets that the shooter had to track and kill. Finally, like water turned off a tap, the assault came to an end, and the chief had a chance to reload his weapons. The Monitor hovered nearby, all while humming to himself and occasionally giggling. There's no time to dawdle. We have work to do. What kind of work? The chief inquired as he stuffed the final shell into the shotgun and hurried to follow. This is the library, the machine explained, hovering so the human could catch up. The energy field above us contains the index. We must get up. We must get up there. The Spartan was about to ask, "Index? What index?" when a combat form lurched out of an alcove and opened fire. The chief fired in return, saw the creature fall, and saw it jump back up again. The next burst took the flood's left leg off. "That should slow you down," he said as he turned to deal with a new horde of shambling, leaping hostiles. A steady stream of brass arced away from the chief's assault weapon as he worked the mob over, felt something strike him from behind, and spun around to discover that the one-legged combat form had limped back into the fight. The Spartan blew the creature's head off this time, sidestepped to evade a charging carrier form, and shot the bulbous monster in the back. There was an explosion of green mist mixed with balloon-like infection forms and pieces of wet flesh. The next 10 seconds were spent popping pods. After that, the monitor took off again, and the non-com had little choice but to follow. He soon arrived in front of a huge metal door, built to contain the flood perhaps, maybe, but far from effective, since the slimy bastards seemed to be leaking out of every nook and cranny. The monitor hovered over the human's head. "The security doors are locked automatically. I will go access the override to open them. I am a genius," the monitor said matter-of-factly. "He. A pain in the ass is more like it," the Master Chief said to no one in particular, as a red blob appeared on his threat indicator, quickly joined by a half-dozen more. Then, as a part of what would become a familiar pattern, combat forms leaped 15 meters through the air, only to shrivel as the 7.62mm slugs tore them apart. Carrier forms waddled up like old friends, came apart like wet cardboard, and spewed pods in every direction. Infection forms danced on delicate legs, dodging this way and that, each hoping to claim the human as its very own. But the chief had other ideas. He killed the last of them just as the double doors started to part, and followed the monitor through. "Please follow closely," 343 Guilty Spark admonished. "The portal is the first of 10. The chief replied as he followed the AI past a row of huge blue screens. "More doors. I can hardly wait." 343 Guilty Spark appeared immune to sarcasm as it babbled about the first-class research facilities that surrounded them, and blithely led its human companion into still another ambush. And so it went, as the chief worked his way through flood-infested galleries, subfloor maintenance tunnels, and more galleries, before rounding a corner to confront yet another group of monstrosities. The Spartan had help this time, as a dozen of hunter-killer machines he had seen in the swamp appeared in the air above the scene, and attacked the flood forms congregated below. These sentinels will assist you, Kramer," the monitor trilled. Lasers hissed and sizzled as the robots struck their opponents down, and having done so, moved in to sterilize what remained. The Spartan watched in fascination as the machines took care of the heavy lifting. He lent a helping hand when that seemed appropriate, and started to gag when the air that came through his filters grew thick with the stench of cooked flesh. As the Spartan fought his way through the facility, the monitor, who floated above it all, offered commentary. "These sentinels will supplement your combat systems, but I suggest you upgrade to at least a Class 12 combat skin. Your current model only scans as a Class 2, which is unsuited for this kind of work." If there's a battlesuit 6 times as powerful as Mjolnir armor, he thought, I'll be first in line to try it on. He jumped to avoid an attack from one of the flood combat forms, pressed the shotgun muzzle into its back, and blew a foot-wide hole through the creature. Finally, after the hard-working sentinels had reduced the flood to little more than a lumpy paste, the Spartan made his way through the carnage and out onto a circular platform. It was enormous, easily large enough to handle a scorpion, and in reasonably good repair. Machinery hummed, bands of white light pulsated down from somewhere above, and the lift carried the human upward. Maybe things would be better up above. Maybe the flood hadn't reached that level yet, he thought. He didn't hold out much hope, however. So far, nothing else had gone right in this mission. Deep within the recesses of Halo, flood specimens were confined to facilitate future study and to prevent them from escaping. Aware of the extreme danger the flood posed and their capacity to multiply exponentially as well as take over even advanced life forms, the ancient ones constructed the walls of their prison with great care and trained their guards well. With nothing to feed upon and nowhere to go, the flood lay dormant for more than 100,000 years. Then the intruders came, broke the prison open, and nourished the flood with their bodies. With a way to escape and food to sustain it, the tendrils of the malevolent growth slithered through the maze of tunnels and passageways that lay below Halo's skin, and gathered wherever there was a potential route to the surface. One such location was in a chamber located beneath a tall butt, where little more than a metal grating prevented the flood from bursting out of its underground lair and shooting to the surface. Unbeknownst to the men and women of Alpha Base, they had a new enemy, and it lived directly below their feet. The lift jerked to a halt. The Master Chief made his way through a narrow passageway into the gallery beyond. The flood attacked him immediately, but with no threat at his back, he was free to retreat into the corridor from which he had just come, which forced the mob of monstrosities to come at him through the same narrow channel. Before long, the bodies of the fallen flood began to accumulate. He paused, waiting for another wave of attackers, then shoved aside a pile of the dead and moved into the next section of the complex. They gave under his feet, made gurgling sounds, and vented foul-smelling gas. The chief was grateful when his boots were back on solid ground again. The sentinels reappeared shortly thereafter and led the Spartan past a row of huge blue screens. "So, where were you bastards a few minutes ago?" the human inquired, but if the robots heard him, they made no reply as they glided, circled, and bobbed through the hallway ahead. "Flood activity has caused a failure in a drone control system. I must reset the backup units," 343 Guilty Spark said. "Please continue on. I will rejoin you when I have completed my task." The monitor had left him on his own before, and each absence coincided with a fresh wave of flood attackers. "Hold on," the human protested. "Let's discuss this." But it was too late. 343 Guilty Spark had already darted through an aperture in the wall and disappeared down some kind of travel conduit. Sure enough, no sooner had the monitor left than a lumpy-looking carrier form waddled out into the light, spotted its prey, and hurried to greet it. The Spartan shot the flood form, but let the sentinels clean up the resulting mess, while he conserved his ammo. A fresh onslaught of flood came out of the woodwork, and the Spartan adopted a more cautious strategy. He allowed the sentry robots to mop them up. At first, the defense machines mowed through a wave of the pod-like infection forms with little difficulty. Then more of the hostiles appeared, then more, then still more. Soon the chief was forced to fall back. He crushed one of the pods with his foot, smashed another out of the air with the butt of his assault rifle, and killed a dozen more with a trio of quick AR bursts. The monitor drifted back into the chamber, spun as if surveying the carnage, and made an odd metallic clicking that sounded very much like a cluck of disapproval. The sentinels can use their weapons to manage the flood for a short time. The sentinels can use their weapons to manage the flood for a short time, Reclaimer. Speed is of the essence. "Let's go," the Master Chief growled. The monitor made no reply, but scooted ahead. The small construct led the Spartan deeper into the library's gloomy halls. They passed through a number of large open gates prior to arriving in front of one that was closed. The chief paused for a moment, expecting that the 343 Guilty Spark might open it for him, but the monitor had disappeared again. The hell with it, he thought. The little machine was rapidly draining his reserves of patience. Determined to move ahead with or without the services of his on-again, off-again guide, the chief retraced his steps to the point where a steeply sloping ramp emerged from below, followed it downward, and soon found himself in a maintenance quarter packed with flood. But the narrow confines of the passageway again made it that much easier to kill the parasitic life forms, and 5 minutes later the human walked up a ramp on the other side of the metal door to find that the monitor was there, humming to himself. "Oh, hello. I'm a genius. Right, and I'm a vice admiral." The monitor darted ahead, leading him across a circular depression to another enormous door. Machinery whirred, and the chief was forced to pause as the doors started to part. Then he heard a clank, followed by a groan as the movement stopped. "Please wait here," Spark said, and promptly vanished. Just as the Master Chief pulled a fresh clip and rammed it home, dozens of red dots appeared on his threat indicator. He stood with his back to the door as what looked like a platoon of flood forms prepared to rush him. Rather than simply open up on them and risk the possibility that they might roll him under, the chief threw a grenade into their midst, and half his opponents went up in a single blast. It took a few minutes plus a few hundred rounds of ammo to put the rest of them down, but the Spartan managed to do so. That was when the machinery restarted, the doors opened, and the monitor reappeared, humming to itself. "I am a genius." Okay, so I'll take a wee break. So it's getting dry. So I'll take a break for like 5 minutes. You know what? Maybe I'll have some breakfast. It is almost 8 o'clock, so I think I'll go make some toast. Be right back. Okay, got some breakfast. I think that might be my brother. Nope, it's just a bird, I guess. Normally when my brother comes round, he doesn't come through the front door. Instead he goes round the back. So I went to look out the front window to see if his car was there, but nope. So I'm on page 244. Birthdays, huh? Yikes. So, I mean, she's 41. Classmate. Belfast City Hall. So today's picture is Belfast City Hall. And it says at the bottom, today is the International Day of Peace. So everyone, everywhere, will be celebrating peace, right? Like everybody in every country should want peace, since it's the International Day of Peace. Oh yeah, remember the was it the Sith? The Sith code? Peace is a lie. There is only passion. So in Star Wars, if the Sith or the bad guys ever say they want peace, really they don't want peace. They're just because they believe that peace is a lie. So if they say they want peace, they're lying because they're using it as a way to gain an advantage somehow. Okay. Almost ready to continue. Ooh. Oh. Or something. Yeah, my hair started going from my mid-20s. I'm kind of lucky because there were some people in my class that whose hair was already going from when they were teenagers. Yes, yeah, the last few days we've been getting really hot weather, and now it's back to rainy, wet, and there's moisture in the air. I think that's what gets my nose going all the time. Because anytime it's like raining, I'm usually sneezing. Like when it's about to start raining, when it's raining, and just afterwards. Okay, let's continue. So that's all that's left of chapter 9. And then this is, that's chapter 10. That's chapter 9. That's chapter 10. And then the last remaining is 11 and 12. So it seems that I get through each chapter in about an hour. So yeah, I'm going to try and get through all 4 of the remaining chapters today. Okay. He had moved through the new chamber, a high vaulted gallery dimly lit with pools of gold yellow light. For the first time since Spark had dragged him here, he had a moment of respite. Ever since entering the library, the Spartan's head had been on a swivel. Wave after wave of hostile creatures had attacked him from all sides. He popped the stim pack, downed a nutrient supplement, and gathered up his weapon. Time to move out. As he proceeded deeper into the library, he found a corpse, a human one. He stooped to examine the body. It wasn't pretty. The Marine's body was so mangled that even the flood couldn't make use of him. He lay at the centre of a large bloodstain, wreathed by spent brass. Ah, 343, Guilty Spark said, peering down over the Spartan's shoulder. The other reclaimer. His combat skin proved even less suitable than yours. The soldier looked up over his shoulder. What do you mean? Is this a test reclaimer? The monitor seemed genuinely puzzled. I found him wandering through a structure on the other side of the ring and brought him to the same point where you started. The chief looked down at the body and marvelled at the fact that anyone could make it that far, even with his physical augmentation and the advantages of his armour. The Spartan was reaching the end of his endurance. He checked, found the Leathernecks dog tags, and read the name Mabuto Marvin, Staff Sergeant, followed by a service number. The chief put the tags away. I didn't know you, Sarge, but I sure as hell wish I had. You must have been one hardcore son of a bitch. It wasn't much as eulogies go, but he hoped that had Sergeant Marvin Mabuto been there to hear it, he would have approved. A good trap requires good bait, which is why McKay had one of the Pelicans pick up Charlie 217's burnt out remains and drop them into the ambush site during the hours of darkness. It took 3 trips to transport a sufficient amount of wreckage, followed by hours of backbreaking effort to spread the pieces around in a realistic way, then position our troops in the rocks above. Finally, just as the sun speared the area with early morning light, everything was ready. A phony distress call went out, and a specially prepared fire was lit deep within the wreckage. Scattered around the crash site were some volunteers. The bodies of comrades killed on the butt had been laid out where they could be seen from the air. As half of the first platoon tried to get some sleep, the rest kept watch. McKay used her glasses to scan the area. The fake crash site was located between a low, flat-topped rise and a rocky hillside, covered with a jumble of large boulders. The wreckage, complete with a trickle of smoke, looked quite realistic. Okay, I think I'll take my nasal spray as well. Wellesley believed that having first dismissed the Marines and naval personnel, as well as more than Wellesley believed that having first dismissed the Marines and naval personnel as little more than a nuisance, the enemy had since been forced to change their minds and had started to take them more seriously. That meant monitoring human radio traffic, conducting regular recon flights, and all the other activities of modern warfare. Assuming the AI was correct, the aliens would pick up the distress call, backtrack to the source, and send a team to check the situation out. That was the plan, at any rate, and McKay didn't see any reason why it wouldn't work. The sun inched higher in the sky, and down among the rocks the temperature rose. The Marines took advantage of any bit of shade that they could find, though McKay was privately pleased that the customary bitching about the heat was kept to a minimum. 30 minutes. Hey, gonna listen till I fall asleep. Okay, that's great. I should have an afro then, since I'm like the new Bob Ross or something. Isn't that what people do in America? They like they if they're feeling tired and they can't get to sleep, they just put on the Bob Ross channel and just fall asleep watching that. May not take very long. Okay, great. I'll help you get to sleep then. 30 minutes into the wait, McKay heard a sound like the whine of a mosquito and started to quarter the sky with her binoculars. It wasn't long before she spotted a speck coming down spin. Very quickly, the speck grew into the Banshee. She keyed her mic. Raid 1 to Squad 3, it's showtime. The officer didn't dare say more lest any covenant eavesdroppers grew suspicious. She didn't have to say much more though. Her Marines knew what to do. Off my ass off. He did have a very calm voice. As the enemy aircraft came closer, members of the 3rd Squad, some of whom were made up to look as if they were injured, hurried out into the open, shaded their eyes as if watching for an incoming pelican, pantomimed surprise as they spotted the Banshee, fired a volley of shots at it, then ran for the safety of the rocks. The pilot sent a series of plasma bolts racing after them, circled the cross sight twice, and flew off in the direction from which he had come. McKay watched it go. The hook had been set, the fish was on the line, and it would be her job to reel it in. Half a click away from the phony crash site, another Marine of what had been a Marine emerged from a subsurface air shaft and felt the sun hit his horribly ravaged face. Well, not his face, because ever since the infection form had inserted its penetrator into his spine, Private Wallace A. Jenkins had been sharing his physical form with something he thought of as the other. A strange being that didn't have any thoughts, none that the human could access at any rate, and seemed unaware of the fact that its host still retained some cognitive and possibly motor functions. That awareness was entirely unique to him insofar as the Leatherneck could tell, because in spite of the fact that some of the bodies in the group had once belonged to his squad mates, repeated attempts to communicate with them had failed. Now, as the untidy collection of infection forms, carrier forms, and combat forms emerged to bounce, waddle, and walk across Halo's surface, Jenkins knew that wherever the column was headed, it was for one purpose: to find and subsume sentient life. He could dimly sense the other's yawning, icy hunger. Yeah, so it's 21st of September, and the International Day of Peace. So yay for peace! So everybody in the world should be supporting peace today, right? In every single country. So yay, all wars end today because it's an International Day of Peace. Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, sure. Of course, the forces of evil will use peace as an advantage. It's like, because the Sith in Star Wars, they're like evil, and the first line in their code is "peace is a lie." So anytime a Sith offers peace, really they intend to like betray you at some point. Okay, where was I? Um, right. Now, as the untidy collection of infection forms, carrier forms, and combat forms emerged to bounce, waddle, and walk across Halo's surface, Jenkins knew that wherever the column was headed, it was for one purpose: to find and subsume sentient life. He could dimly sense the other's yawning, icy hunger. His goal, however, was considerably different. After it had been converted into a combat form, his body was still capable of handling a weapon. Some of the other forms had them, and that's what Jenkins wanted more than anything. An M6D would be perfect, but an energy weapon could do the job, as would any grenade. Not for use on the Covenant or the Flood, but on himself, or what had been him, since that's why he had been careful to conceal the full extent of his awareness from the other, so he had a chance of destroying the body in which he had been imprisoned and escape the horror of each waking moment. The Flood came to a hill, and following one of the carrier forms, soon started to climb. The other, with Jenkins in tow, tagged along behind. McKay knew the trap was going to work when one of the U-shaped dropships appeared, circled the phony crash site, and settled in for landing. Once free of the ship, the elites, jackals and grunts, would be easy meat for the Marines hidden in the rocks and the snipers stationed on top of the flat-topped hill. But war is full of surprises, and when the Covenant ship took off again, McKay found herself looking at everything she had expected to see, plus a couple of hunters. The mean-looking bastards would be hard to kill and could rip the platoon to shreds. The officer swallowed the lump that had suddenly formed in her throat, keyed her mic and whispered some instructions. Red 1 to all snipers and rocket jockeys, put everything you have on the hunters. Do it now. Over. It was hard to say who killed the hunters, even the sudden barrage of bullets and rockets that came their way, but McKay didn't care so long as the walking tanks were dead, which they definitely were. That was the good news. The bad news was that the dropship returned, hosed the boulders with plasma fire, and forced the hell jumpers to duck or lose their heads. Encouraged by the air support, the Covenant ground troops rushed to enter the jumble of rocks, eager to find some cover and kill the treacherous humans. They were forced to pay a price, however, as the snipers on the hill picked off 5 of the alien soldiers before the dropship moved in to exact its revenge. The Marines were forced to dive deep as the enemy aircraft marched a double line of plasma bolts across the top of the tiny mesa, killing 2 of the snipers and wounding a third. Things soon started to get ugly on the rock-strewn hillside as both humans and Covenant hunted one another between the huge weather-smoothed boulders. Energy bolts flew and assault weapons chattered as both sides took part in a deadly game of hide-and-seek. This was not what McKay had envisioned, and she was looking for a way to disengage when a wave of new hostiles entered the fight. A torrent of the bizarre creatures attacked both groups from the other side of the hill. McKay had a glimpse of corpse flesh, twisted and mangled bodies, and swarms of tiny little spheres that bounced, leapt, and climbed over the rocks. The first problem was that while the Covenant forces seemed familiar with the creatures, the hell jumpers weren't, and 3 members of the second squad had already gone down under the combined weight of multiple forms, and 1 member of the third had been slaughtered by a grotesque biped before McKay understood the extent of the danger. Even as the officer fought her way uphill through the maze of boulders, the radio calls continued to boom through her earpiece. "What the hell is that thing? Fire, fire, fire. Get it off me." Radio traffic tripled and the command frequency turned into a confusion of screams, requests for orders, and pleas for extraction that the Marines might as well have spoken in tongues. McKay cursed. No way were these things going to break them. No way. She rounded a boulder, saw a grunt running downhill with two of the spherical creatures clinging to its back. The grunt squealed and spun, and she got her first close look at the creatures. A sustained burst from the assault weapon brought all three of them down. As the Marine worked her way farther uphill, she soon discovered that the new enemy took other forms as well. McKay killed a two-legged form, saw a private put half a clip into a lumpy-looking monster, and watched in disgust as the dying creature spewed even more grotesqueries out into the world. That was the moment when the third form emerged from between a couple of boulders, saw the human, and launched itself into the air. Jenkins had the same view that the others did, spotted the lieutenant and hoped she was a good shot. This was better than suicide, but it wasn't meant to be. McKay tracked the incoming body, sidestepped and used the butt of her weapon to clip the side of the creature's head. It landed in a heap, it flailed around and was just about to jump up when the lieutenant pounced on it. Give me a hand, she shouted. I want this one alive. It took 4 Marines to subdue the creature, get restraints on both its wrists and ankles, and finally bring it under control. Even at that, one of the hell jumpers suffered a black eye. Another wound up with a broken arm, and a third bled from a ragged bite wound on his arm. The ensuing battle lasted for a full 15 minutes, an eternity in combat, with both humans and Covenant forces taking time out from their battle with one another to concentrate on the new enemy. The moment the last bulbous form was popped, however, they were back at it again, tracking one another through the maze in a contest of life and death, no quarter asked and none given. McKay radioed for assistance, and with help from the reaction force, plus 2 Pelicans and 4 captured Banshees, she was able to drive the Covenant dropship away and kill those ground troops who weren't willing to surrender. Then, on McKay's orders, the hell jumpers combed the area for reasonably intact specimens for the new enemy, which could be taken back to Alpha Base for analysis. Finally, after the bodies were recovered, Jenkins was the only specimen that was still alive. In spite of the way that he jerked, bucked, and tried to bite his captors, they threw him onto the Pelican, roped him to the D-rings, recessed into the deck, and delivered a few kicks for good measure. With fully half of her Marines making the return trip to body bags, McKay set through the seemingly endless journey to Alpha Base. Turs cut tracks down the grime on the hell jumper's face to wet the deck between her boots. The Covenant had been bad enough, but now there was an even worse enemy to fight. Now, for the first time since the landing on Halo, McKay felt nothing but despair. The Spartan left Sergeant Mabuto's body behind and approached one of the large metal doors. Pleased to see that it was open, he crouched and passed through. 343 Guilty Spark disappeared on one of his mysterious errands a few moments later, and like clockwork, the flood came out to play. He was ready for them. The flood swept into the room, dozens of the bulbous infection forms scuttling round the walls and floor, with another half-dozen of the combat forms in tow. They paused as if in confusion. One of the combat forms looked up, and the Spartan dropped from the pillar as he shimmied up. His metal boots pulped the creature's face. Assault rifle fire raked the leading edge of the cluster infection forms. The pods detonated in a chain reaction string. That got their attention, he thought. The chief turned and ran. He jumped up onto a raised platform as he fought, disengaged, and fought again. Finally, as the last body fell, both the Monitor and the Sentinels reappeared. The Spartan looked at them in disgust. as he reloaded his weapons, scrounged ammo off the flood combat forms, and followed 343 Guilty Spark out onto a lift that was identical to the last one he had been on. The platform carried the human up to a still higher level, where he got off, paused to let the sentinels soften up the flood welcome wagon that waited out in the hall, then emerged to lend a hand. There was a loud boom as one of the combat forms leaped from an archway and landed right on top of a sentinel. Its whip tendril flailed at the hovering robot's back and was rewarded with a series of sparks and a gout of flame. A moment later, the sentinel exploded, and the flood and the wrecked drone crashed into the floor in a ball of flesh, bone and metal. The resulting shower of shrapnel cut 3 flood forms down and wounded a score of others. The Spartan took another out with a burst from his assault weapon, and the other robots moved in to fry the remains. Once that contingent of freaks had been dealt with, the chief followed the monitor down a hall lined with blue screens, through an area that was infested with flood, and out onto a lift that looked different from the last one he'd been on. Geometric patterns split the floor into puzzle-like shapes. A series of raised panels stood guard around a column of translucent blue light, and the whole thing seemed to glow. The Master Chief stepped on board, felt a slight jerk as ancient machinery reacted to his presence, and saw the wall start to rise. He was headed down this time, and hoped that his journey was near an end. Without hesitation, he slammed fresh ammo into his weapon. It seemed as if he emerged into a huge cluster of flood every time he travelled on a lift. The lift made hollow, rumbling sounds, fell a long way, and stopped with a reverberating thud. 343 Guilty Spark hovered over his shoulder as the Spartan stepped off the lift and approached a pedestal. "You may now retrieve the index," the Commander said. The artifact glowed lime green. It was shaped like the letter T. It slowly rose from the top of the cylindrical tube in which it had been kept for so many millennia. A series of metal blocks that encircled the device rotated and spun, releasing their protective grip on the index. The Spartan took hold of the device and pulled it up out of its tubular sheath. He held it up to examine the glowing artifact and was startled when a grey beam lanced from the spark. The index was yanked from his hand and disappeared inside a storage chamber in the Monder's body. Hold on, let me drink. Some chapters are short and some are long. "What the hell are you doing?" the Spartan demanded. "As you know, Reclaimer," Spark said, as if addressing an errant child, protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport." 343 Guilty Spark swooped and dived, then floated in place. "Your biological form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The flood is spreading. We must hurry." The Master Chief was about to reply when he saw the bands of pulsating light flowing down around his body, knew he was about to be teleported, and again felt lightheaded. It wanted something. Keyes realized the memories that replayed like an endless library of video clips were being sifted for something. The buzzing presence in his mind sought what? He grasped at the thought and pushed back against the wall of resistance. The other that burrowed through his consciousness had erected. He brushed up against it and it almost slipped away. Then he had it escape. Whatever this thing was, it went off the ring. It hungered, and there was a perfect feeding ground to be found. The other plunged a barbed wire tendril into his mind and ripped forth an image of a lunar earthrise, which blurred into images of cattle in a slaughterhouse. He felt the other's tendrils eagerly grasp at the image of earth. Where, it thundered, tell. The pressure increased and battered through Key's resistance, and in desperation he summoned up a new memory. The alien presence seemed startled at the image of Key's and a childhood friend kicking a soccer ball on a vibrant green field. The pressure eased as the hungry other examined the memory. Keyes felt a stab of regret. He knew what he had to do now. He dragged all he remembered of Earth, its location, his ability to find it, its defences, and shoved them down as deep as he could. Keyes felt the gaping sense of loss as the memory of the soccer field was ripped away and discarded forever. He quickly summoned up another, the taste of a favourite meal. He began to feed his memories to the invading presence in his mind, one scrap at a time. Of all the battles he'd ever fought, this one was the toughest and the most important. Oh dear. Sorry for all the sniffing. It's just so it's raining outside, and I guess the moisture from the air is kind of making me nose stuffy and sneeze. But I've taken a nasal spray and some lockets, and hopefully it'll ease up eventually. I think I'll have another one of these. Tipsy truffles. Okay, so we've got 3 left. Only have like one a day. And I share them, of course. That's the main reason why I got these, was to share. Wanted some myself, of course, but wanted to make sure everyone else got some as well. So anytime someone comes in, I just offer it. I won't be getting this again, like. It was only a tenner, like, so it wasn't too bad. Okay, so we've got 3 options. There's only 3 left. So there's dark rum, champagne, and gin. So dark rum, into a dark truffle base, we glug a generous shot of St. Lucian golden rum, then seal in 70% dark. Champagne, an uplifting cream truffle with a splash of champagne. And gin, a lively floral gin with plenty of juniper, sealed in dark. So I'll roll the dice, and since there's 3 options, and this is a D20, we'll say it goes up in 6s, so between 1 and 18 goes up in 6s. So if I roll 19 or 20, I roll again. So if I roll between 1 and 6, I'll get the dark rum. If I roll between 7 and 12, I'll get the champagne, and between 13 and 18 is the gin. 10. Champagne it is. A lot of days I forget about it. But yeah, anytime someone comes in, I remember, I think, right, I need to get the box and I'll offer one of them. Okay. So, where was I? Oh yeah. So we'll finish. So it switched to back to Captain Keyes, who had been captured by the flood, and one of the creatures had taken over his mind, and it had been trying to get into his mind, and like discover it's trying to find out. So it wants the flood. It wants a way to get off of the Halo installation, but it also wants to try and find Earth, because it's a it's a virus with an intelligence, and it wants to try and, although I suppose all viruses are intelligent to some degree, because that's what makes them evolve and have create other immunities and things like that. Okay, so the chief rematerialized back on the walkway, which seemed to float over the black abyss below. The control room, he saw the replica of Halo which arched above, the globe that floated at the centre of the walkway, and the control panel where he had last seen Cortana. Was she still there? 343 Guilty Spark hovered above his head. Is something wrong? No, nothing. Splendid. Shall we? The Spartan made his way forward. The control board was long and curved at either end. An endless light show played across the surface of the panel as various aspects of the ring world's extremely complicated electronic and mechanical machinery fed a constant flow of data to the display, all of which appeared as a mosaic of constantly morphing glyphs and symbols. Here, if one knew how to read it, were the equivalents of the ring world's pulse, respirations and brainwaves, reports that provided information on the rate of spin, the atmosphere, the weather, the highly complex biosphere, the machinery that kept all of it running, plus the activities of the creatures around whom the world had been formed, the flood. It was awesome to look at, and even more awesome to consider. 343 Guilty Spark hovered above the control panel and looked down on the human who stood in front of him. There was something supercilious about the tone of the construct's voice. My role in this particular endeavour has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units from my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. The monitor zipped around to hover at the Master Chief's side. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. Why do you keep calling me that? The chief asked. Spark kept silent. The Spartan shrugged, accepted the index, and gazed at the panel in front of him. One likely-looking slot pulsed the same glowing green that's shown from the index. He slid it home. The T-shaped device fit perfectly. The control panel shivered as if stabbed, and the displays flared as if in response to an overload, and an electronic groan was heard. 343 Guilty Spark tilted slightly as if to look at the control board. That wasn't supposed to happen, Spark chirped. There was a sudden shimmer of light as Cortana's holographic figure appeared and continued to grow until she towered over the control panel. Her eyes were bright pink, data scrolled across her body, and the chief knew she was pissed. "Oh, really?" she said. She gestured, and the monitor fell out of the air and hit the deck with a clank. The Spartan looked up at her. Cortana. The AI stood with hands on hips. "I spent hours cooped in here watching you toady about helping that thing get set to slit our throats." The chief turned toward the monitor and back. "Hold on now, he's a friend." Cortana brought a hand up to her mouth in mock surprise. "Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum. Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?" "Yes," the Spartan said patiently. "Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center." Cortana's image plucked the index out of its slot and held it out in front of her. "You mean this?" Now reanimated, 343 Guilty Spark hovered just off the floor. He was furious. "A construct in the core? This is absolutely unacceptable." Cortana's eyes glowed as she bent forward. "Piss off." The monitor darted higher. "What impertinence! I shall purge you at once." "You sure that's a good idea?" Cortana inquired as she waved the index, then added the data contained within it to her memory. "How dare you!" Spark exclaimed. "I'll do what?" Cortana demanded. "I have the index. You can float and sputter." The Master Chief held both hands up. One held the assault rifle. "Enough. The flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out." Cortana looked down on the human with an expression of pity. "You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it?" She leaned forward, her face grim. "Halo doesn't kill flood, it kills their food. Human, Covenant, whatever, you're all equally edible. The only way to stop the flood is to starve them to death, and that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me?" The AI finished. "Ask him," and she pointed at 343 Guilty Spark. The ramifications of what Cortana said hit home, and he gripped his MA5B tightly. He rounded on the monitor. "Is it true?" Spark bobbed slightly. "Of course," the construct said directly, then sounding more like his officious self again. "This installation has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years, but once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life, or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the flood." "But you already knew this," the AI continued. But you already knew this, the AI continued contritely. The little device sounded genuinely puzzled. "I mean, how couldn't you?" Cortana glowered at the chief. "Left out that little detail, did he? We followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter," the monitor said defensively. "You were with me each step of the way as we managed the process." "Chief," Cortana interrupted, "I'm picking up movement." Why you would hesitate to do what you've already done?" 343 Guilty Spark demanded. We need to go," Cortana insisted. "Right now." "Last time you asked me if it were my choice, would I do it?" the monitor continued, as a flock of sentinels arrayed themselves behind him. "Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring." "Get us out of here," Cortana said, her eyes tracking the sentinels. "If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another," Spark said conversationally. "Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take it from you." The Spartan looked up at Spark and the machines arrayed in the air behind him. The assault weapon came up ready to fire. "That's not going to happen." "So be it," the monitor said wearily. Then, in a comment directed to the sentinels, he added, "Save his head. Dispose of the rest." Yay! The end of Chapter 9. Section 5. 2 Betrayals. Chapter 10. D plus 68 03 27. Spartan 117 mission clock. Halo control room. Okay, so that dog is really barking, so I'm going to close the window. Great. Hopefully it's light enough so I can read the words on the page. Still a little bit dark. The vast platform that extended out over the control room's black abyss felt small and confining as the Master Chief was attacked from every direction at once. Ruby red energy beams sizzled and the smell of ozone filled the air as the airborne sentinels circled, searching for a chink in his armour. All they needed was one good hit, a chance to put him down, and they would be able not only to take his head, but the index as well. Cortana's intrusion skills had become much less conventional since the landing on Halo. He had been surprised when she'd used his suitcom as a de facto modem to broadcast her way into the control room computers. He was also unprepared for her sudden return. After so much time in the ring's massive systems, she felt somehow larger. He pondered her unusual behaviour, her shortness, the flare of temper. There was no time to consider Cortana's mental state. There was still a mission to achieve. Protect Cortana and keep Spark the hell away from the index. For his part, Spartan wove back and forth, conscious of the fact that the walkway had no rails and how easy it would be to fall off the edge. That made hitting his targets a great deal more difficult. Still, he had seen the flood bring sentinels down and figured that if the combat forms could do it, so could he. He decided to tackle the lowest machines first. He was careful to get a good lead on each target. The assault rifle stuttered, and the nearest target exploded. He switched to the shotgun and fired methodically. He pumped a new round into the chamber and fired again. Thanks to the broad pattern provided by each shell, the pump gun soon proved itself to be an extremely effective weapon against the sentinels. One of the machines exploded, another hit the deck with a loud clang, and a third trailed smoke as it spiraled into the darkness below. The battle became somewhat easier after that, as there was less and less incoming fire, and he was able to knock 3 more robots out of the air in quick succession. He started to move, reloading as he went. One especially persistent machine took advantage of the interlude to score 3 hits on his back, which triggered the audible alarm and pushed his shield to the very edge. With only 4 shells in his weapon, the chief turned, blew the robot out of the air, and spun to nail another. Then, weapon raised, he turned in a full circle, searching for more targets. There weren't any. So, he said as he lowered the shotgun and pushed more shells into the receiver, "Don't tell me, let me guess, you have a plan." "Yes," Cortana replied unabashedly, "I do. We can't let the monitor activate Halo. We have to stop him. We have to destroy Halo. The Spartan nodded and flexed his stiff shoulders. And how do we do that? According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. Naturally, the chief thought, an explosion of sufficient size, Cortana explained, will help to stabilize the ring and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. A starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. I'm going to find out where the Pillar of Autumn went down. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo. Is that all? The Spartan inquired dryly. Sounds like a walk in the park. By the way, it's nice to have you back. It's nice to be back, Cortana said, and he knew she meant it. Although there were any number of natural biosentients that she thought of as friends, the bond the AI shared with the Spartan was unique. So long as they shared the same armor, they would share the same fate. If he died, then she died. Relationships don't get any more interdependent than that. Something that struck Cortana as both wonderful and frightening. His boots made a hollow sound as he approached the gigantic blast doors and hit the switch. They parted to reveal a battle in progress between a group of Sentinels and Covenant ground troops. Red lasers split the air into jagged shapes as robots burned a jackal down. The contest was far from one-sided, however, as one of the machines exploded and showered the Covenant with bits of hot metal. The room was a long rectangular affair with a strangely corrugated floor. Standing at one end of the space and well out of harm's way, the Spartan was content to watch and let the two groups whittle each other down. However, when the last robot crashed, leaving two elites still on their feet, the Master Chief knew he'd have to take them on. The Covenant spotted the human, knew he'd have to come to them, and stood waiting. The Chief took advantage of what little bit of cover there was and made his way down the length of the room. With only half a clip of ammo left in his assault rifle, he had little choice but to tackle them with the shotgun, far from ideal at this range. He fired a couple of rounds just to get their attention. Walked for the elites to charge and lobbed a plasma grenade into the gap between them. The explosion killed one soldier and wounded the other. A single blast from the shotgun was sufficient to finish the job. Striding though the carnage? Yeah, I think that word is supposed to be through, not though. Striding though the carnage. He exchanged the assault weapon for a plasma rifle. From there, it was a short journey through an empty room and out onto the top level of the pyramid. It was dark, and a fresh layer of snow had fallen since the time when the non-com had battled his way up to the control room from the valley below. Just wait until I finish this. There were guards, but all of them had their backs to the hatch and didn't bother to turn until the doors were halfway open. That was when they saw the human, did a series of double takes and started to respond. But the chief was ready and used the energy weapons to hose them down. The elites jerked and fell, quickly followed by several jackals and grunts. Then, just as suddenly as the violence had started, it was over. Snow swirled around the sole figure, who remained standing, began the long, painstaking job of covering each body with a shroud of white and fostered an illusion of peace. Cortana took advantage of the momentary pause to update the Spartan regarding her plan. We need to buy some time in case the Monitor or Sentinels find a way to activate Halo's final weapon without the Index. The machines in these canyons are Halo's primary firing mechanisms. They consist of 3-phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal and allow it to fire deep into space. If we damage or destroy the generators, the Monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used. That should buy us some time. I'm marking the location of the nearest pulse generator with a nav point. We need to move and neutralize the device. Roger that, the chief said as he made his way down the first ramp to the platform below. Once again, the element of surprise worked in his favour. He killed 2 elites, caught a couple of jackals as they tried to run, and nailed a grunt as it appeared from below. The wind whistled around the side of the pyramid. The Spartan left a trail of large bootprints as he made his way down to the point where the ramp met the next level walkway, crossed to the other side of the structure, and ran into a pair of elites as they hit the top of the up-ramp and rounded the corner. There wasn't enough time to do anything but fire and keep on firing in an attempt to overwhelm the Covenant armour. It wouldn't have worked had the aliens been farther away, but the fact that the plasma pulses were pounding them in close made all the difference. The first elite made a horrible gurgling sound as he fell, and the second got a shot off but lost half of his face. He brought his hands up to the hole, made a gruesome discovery, and was just about to scream when an energy bolt took his life. Then, as the Spartan prepared to descend into the valley below, Cortana said, "Wait, we should commandeer one of those banshees. We'll need it to reach the pulse generator in time." Like many of the AI suggestions, this was easier said than done, but the chief was in favour of speed and filed the possibility anyway. Now, as he came down off the pyramid, he saw lots of Covenant, but no Flood, and felt a strange sense of relief. The Covenant were tough, but he understood them, and that lessened his apprehension. The alien plasma rifle lacked the precision offered by an M60 pistol or a sniper's rifle, but the chief did the best he could to pick off some of the Covenant below. Still, he had only nailed 3 of the aliens when his efforts attracted the attention of a Wraith tank, along with more troops. There was nothing he could do except retreat back uphill. The Wraith, which continued to hurl plasma bombs upslope, actually helped by preventing other Covenant forces from charging after him. That advantage wouldn't last long. Though, which meant that he had to find some additional firepower and find it fast. Even though there was no sign of the Flood at the moment, some of their half-frozen bodies lay scattered about, suggesting that there had been a significant battle within the last couple of hours. He knew the Flood carried weapons acquired from dead victims, so the chief ran from corpse to corpse, looking for what he required. For a while it seemed hopeless as he uncovered a series of M60s, energy pistols, combat knives, and other gear, anything and everything except what he needed most. Okay, turn it. I think it's getting cloudy again. So, put the light on. So it must be going to rain again. I'll take a moment to have another drink. Oh yeah. That's good stuff. I'm not used to all this talking. Then, just when he had nearly given up hope, he saw a few inches of olive drab tubing protruding from under a dead combat form. He rolled the Exolite over and felt a rising sense of excitement. Was the launcher loaded? If so, he was in luck. A quick check revealed that the weapon was loaded, and as if to prove that luck comes in threes, the Spartan found 2 reloads only a few meters away. Armed with the launcher, he was ready to go to work. The Wraith represented the most significant threat, so he decided to deal with that first. It took time to make his way back across the face of the pyramid to a point where he could get a clear shot, but he did. The monster was dangerously close as he put a pair of rockets into the mortar tank and watched it explode. He ejected the spent rocket tubes, slammed a reload home, and shifted his aim. 2 more rockets lanced ahead and detonated in clusters of Covenant soldiers. He fell back and slung the rocket launcher. He had a limited supply of rockets, and once they were gone, he had no choice but to go down onto the valley floor and finish the job the hard way. He crept up on the pair of elites who stood guard near Banshee. They went down from deadly, spine-cracking blows, and he stepped past their fallen corpses. He examined the Banshee's controls, while Cortana pulled up files the tech boys in Intel had prepared based on examinations of captured craft. He boarded the single-seat aircraft and activated its power plant. He wondered why the aliens hadn't used the ship against him, was thankful that they hadn't, and eyed the instrument panel. The Master Chief had never flown one of the attack ships before, but was qualified to fly most of the UNSC's atmospheric and space-going ships, so between his own experience and the tech files Cortana provided, he found the controls relatively easy to understand. The takeoff was a bit wobbly, but it wasn't long before the flight began to smooth out and the Banshee started to climb. It was dark and snow continued to fall, which meant that visibility was poor. He kept a close eye on both the nav point Cortana had projected onto his HUD and the instrument panel. The design was different, but an alien turn and bank indicator still looked like what it was, and helped the human maintain his orientation. Oh dear God. Trying to find where I left off. Oh yeah, there we are. Oh dear. Okay. The attack ship made good speed, and the volleys were quite close together. So it wasn't long before the Spartans spotted the well-lit platform which jutted out from the face of the cliff, as well as the enemy fire which lashed up to greet him. The word was out, it seemed, and the Covenant didn't want any visitors. Rather than put down under fire, he decided to carry out a couple of strafing runs first. He swooped low and used the Banshee's plasma and fuel rod cannons to sweep the platform clear of sentries before decelerating for what he hoped would be an unopposed landing. The Banshee crunched into the platform, bounced once, then ground to a halt. The chief dismounted, passed through a hatch, and entered the tunnel beyond. "We need to interrupt the pulse generator's energy stream," Cortana informed him. "I've adjusted your shield system so that it will deliver an EMP burst and disrupt the generator, but you'll have to walk into the beam to trigger it." The Master Chief paused just shy of the next hatch. "I'll have to do what?" "You'll have to walk into the beam to trigger it," the AI repeated matter-of-factly. "The EMP blast should neutralize the generator." "Should?" the chief demanded. "Whose side are you on?" "Yours," Cortana replied firmly. "We're in this together, remember?" "Yeah, I remember," the Spartan growled. "But you're not the one with the bruises." The AI chose to remain silent as the chief passed through a hatch, paused to see if anyone would attempt to cancel his ticket, and followed the nav indicator to the chamber located at the centre of the room. Once he was there, the pulse generator was impossible to miss. It was so intensely white that his visor automatically darkened in order to protect his eyes. Not only that, but the chief could feel the air crackle around him as he approached the delta-shaped guide structures and prepared to step in between them. "I have to walk into that thing?" the chief inquired doubtfully. "Isn't there some easier way to commit suicide?" You'll be fine," Cortana replied soothingly. "I'm almost sure of it." The Spartan took note of the almost, clenched his teeth, and pushed himself into the blindly intense light. The response was nearly instantaneous. There was something akin to an explosion. The light started to pulsate, and the floor shook in response. The chief hurried to disengage, felt a bit of suction, and managed to pull free. As he did so, he noticed that his shields had been drained. His skin felt sunburned. "The pulse generator's central core is offline," Cortana said. "Well done." Another squadron of sentinels arrived. They swooped into the cramped pulse generator chamber like vultures, fanned out and seared the area with ruby red energy beams. Not only did the monitor take exception to the damage, he was after the index too. But the chief knew how to deal with the mechanical killers and proceeded to dodge their lasers as he destroyed one after another. Finally, the air thick with the stench of ozone, he was free to withdraw. He went back through the same tunnel to the platform where the Banshee waited. "The second pulse generator is located in an adjacent canyon, Cortana announced easily. "Move out and I'll mark the nav point when we get closer." The Master Chief sent the Banshee into a wide bank and toward the next objective. Minus the refrigeration required to preserve them, the bodies laid out on the metal tables had already started to decay, and the stench forced Silva to breathe through his mouth as he entered the makeshift morgue and waited for McKay to begin her presentation. 6 heavily armed hell jumpers were lined up along one wall, ready to respond if one or more of the flood suddenly came back to life. It seemed unlikely given the level of damage each corpse had sustained, but the creatures had proven themselves to be extremely resilient and had an alarming tendency to reanimate. McKay, who was still trying to deal with the fact that more than 15 Marines under her command had lost their lives in a single battle, looked pale. Silva understood, then sympathised, but couldn't allow that to show. There was simply no time for grief, self-doubt or guilt. The company commander would have to do what he did, which was to suck it up and keep on going. He nodded coolly. Lieutenant, McKay swallowed in an attempt to counter the nausea she felt. Sir, yes sir. Obviously there's still a great deal that we don't know, but based on our observations during the fight and information obtained from Covenant POWs, here's the best intelligence we have. It seems that the Covenant came here searching for holy relics. We think that means useful technology, and ran into a life form they refer to as the Flood. She gestured at the fallen creatures on the slab. Those are Flood. Charming, Silva muttered. As best we can figure out, McKay said, the Flood is a parasitic life form which attacks sentient beings, erases their minds, and takes control of their bodies. Wellesley believes that Halo was constructed to house them, to keep them under control, but we have no direct evidence to support that. Perhaps Cortana or the Chief can confirm our findings when we're able to make contact with them again. The Flood manifests in various forms, starting with these things, McKay said, using her combat knife to prod a flaccid infection form. As you can see, it has tentacles in place of legs, plus a couple of extremely sharp penetrators, which they use to invade the victim's central nervous system and take control of it. Eventually, they work their way inside the host body and take up residence there. Silva tried to imagine what that might feel like and felt a shiver run down his spine. Outwardly, he was unchanged. Please continue. McKay said, yes sir, and moved to the next table. This is what the Covenant call a combat form. As you can see, from what remains of its face, this one was human. We think she was a Navy weapons tech based on the tattoos still visible on her skin. If you peek through the hole in her chest, you can see the remains of the infection form that deflated itself enough to fit in around her heart and lungs. Silva didn't want to look, but felt he had to, and moved close enough to see the wrinkled scalp to which a few isolated clumps of filthy hair still clung. His eyes catalogued a parade of horrors. The sickly looking skin, the alarmingly blue eyes which still bulged as if in response to some unimaginable pain, the twisted toothless mouth, the slightly puckered 7.62mm bullet hole through the right cheekbone, the lumpy penetrator filled neck, the bony chest now split down the middle so that the woman's flat breasts hung down to either side, the grossly distorted torso punctured by 3 overlapping bullet wounds, the thin sinewy arms and the strangely graceful fingers, one of which still bore a silver ring. The Major didn't say anything, but his face must have telegraphed what he felt, because McKay nodded. It's pretty awful, isn't it, sir? I've seen death before, sir. She swallowed and shook her head, but nothing like this. For what it's worth, Covenant victims don't look any better. This individual was armed with a pistol, her own probably, but the Flood seem to pick up and use any weapon they can lay their hands on. Not only that, but they pack a very nasty punch, which can be lethal. Most combat forms appeared to be derived from humans and elites, McKay continued as she moved to the last table. We suspect that grunts and jackals are deemed too small for first-class combat material and are therefore used as sort of nucleus around which carrier forms can grow. It's hard to tell by looking at the puddle of crap on the table in front of you, but at one time this thing contained 4 of the infection forms you saw earlier, and when it popped, the resulting explosion had enough force to knock Sergeant Lister on his can. That, or the or the mental picture that it conveyed, was sufficient to elicit nervous grins from the hell jumpers who lined the back wall. Apparently they liked the idea of something that could put Lister on his ass. Silver frowned. Does Wellesley have scans of this stuff? Yes, sir. Excellent. Nice job. Have the bodies burned. Send these troops up for some fresh air and report to my office in an hour. McKay nodded. Yes, sir. Zuka Zamami lay belly down on the hard-packed dirt and used his monocular to scan the pillar of autumn. It wasn't heavily guarded. The Covenant was stretched too thin for that, but the Council had reinforced the security force subsequent to the human raid, and evidence of that was visible in the banshees, ghosts and wraiths that patrolled the area around the downed ship. Yap, who lay next to the elite, had no such device and was forced to rely on his own vision. This plan is insane, Zamami said out of the side of his mouth. I should have killed you a long time ago. Yes, Excellency, the grunt agreed patiently, knowing that the talk was just that. The truth was that the officer was afraid to return to the Truth and Reconciliation, and now had very little choice but to accept Yap's plan, especially in light of the fact that he had been unable to come up with one of his own. Give it to me one more time, the elite demanded, so I'll know that you won't make any mistakes. Yap eyed the readout on his wrist. He had 2, maybe 2.5 units of methane left before his tanks were empty and he would suffocate, a problem which didn't seem to trouble the elite at all. It was tempting to pull his pistol, shoot Zamami in the head, and implement the strategy on his own, but there were advantages of being in company with the warrior, plus a giddy sense of power that went with having threatened the warrior and survived. With that in mind, Yap managed to suppress both his panic and a rising sense of resentment. Of course, Excellency, as you know, simple plans are often best, which is why there's a good chance this one will work. Of course, Excellency. As you know, simple plans are often best, which is why there is a good chance this one will work. On the possibility that the Council of Masters is actively looking for Zuka Zamami, you will choose one of the commandos who died on the human encampment and assume that individual's identity. Then, with me at your side, we will report to the officer in charge of guarding the alien ship, explain that we were taken prisoner in the aftermath of the raid, but were subsequently able to escape. But what then? The elite inquired warily. What if he submits my DNA for a match? Why would he do that? The grunt countered patiently. He's short-handed, and here, as if presented by the great ones themselves, is a commando elite. Would you run the risk of having such a fine reassigned? No, I think not. Under circumstances such as these, you would seize the opportunity to add such a highly capable warrior to your command and give thanks for the blessing. It sounded good, especially the highly capable warrior part, so Zamami agreed. Fine, what about leader? Leader, if there is a leader, Yap said warily, we will have to come up with another plan. In the meantime, this initiative will assure us of food, water, and methane. All right, Zamami said, let's jump on the Banshee and make our appearance.
Are you sure that's the best idea? The grunt inquired tactfully. If we arrive on a banshee, the commanding officer might wonder why we were so slow to check in. The elite eyed what looked like a long, hard walk, sighed and acquiesced. Agreed. A hint of his former arrogance resurfaced. But you will carry my gear. Of course, Yap said, scrambling to his feet. Was there ever any doubt? The inmate had attempted suicide twice, which was why the interior of his cell was bare, and under round-the-clock surveillance. The creature that had once been Private Wallace A. Jenkins sat on the floor with both wrists chained to an eye-bolt located just over his head. The flood mound, which the human continued to think of as the other, had been quiet for a while, but was present nonetheless, and glowered in what amounted to a cognitive corner, angry but weak. Hinges squealed as the metal door swung open. Jenkins turned to look and saw a male non-com enter the room, followed by a female officer. The private felt an almost overwhelming sense of shame, and did what he could to turn away. Earlier, before the guards secured his wrists to the wall, Jenkins had used pantomime to request a mirror. A well-meaning corporal brought one in, held it up in front of the soldier's devastated face, and was frightened when he tried to scream. The initial suicide attempt followed 30 minutes later. McKay took a look at the prisoner's dry, parched lips and guessed that he might be thirsty. She called for some water, accepted a canteen, and started across the cell. With respect, ma'am, I don't think you should do that, the sergeant said cautiously. These suckers are incredibly violent. Jenkins is a private in the UNSC Marine Corps, McKay replied sternly, and will be referred to as such, and your concern has been noted. Then, like a teacher dealing with a recalcitrant child, she held the canteen out where Jenkins could see it. Look, she said, sloshing the water back and forth. Behave yourself, and I'll give you a drink. Jenkins tried to warn her, tried to say no, but heard himself gabble instead. Thus encouraged, McKay unscrewed the canteen's lid, took 3 steps forward, and was just about to lean over when the combat form attacked. Jenkins felt his left arm break as the chain brought it up short, and fought to counter the other's attempt to grab the officer in a scissor lock. McKay stepped back just in time to evade the flailing legs. There was a cackling sound as the guard pumped a shell into the shotgun's receiver and prepared to fire. McKay shouted, "No," and held up her hand. The non-com obeyed, but it kept his weapon aimed at the combat form's head. "Okay," McKay said, looking into the creature's eyes. "Have it your way. But, like it or not, we're going to have a talk." Silva had entered the cell by then, and stood behind the lieutenant. The sergeant saw the major nod, and backed into a corner with his weapon still held at the ready. "My name is Silva," the major began, "and you already know Lieutenant McKay here. First, let me say that both of us are extremely sorry about what happened to you. We understand how you feel, and will make sure that you receive the best medical cure that the UNSC has to offer. But first we have to fight our way off this ring. I think I know how we can do that, but it will take some time. We need to hold this spot until we're ready to make our move. That's where you come in. You know where we are now, and you know how the flood move around. If you had my job, if you had to defend the space against the flood, where would you focus your efforts?" The other used his right hand to grab his left, jerked hard, and exposed a shard of broken bone. Then, as if hoping to use that as a knife, the combat form lunged forward. The chains brought the creature up short. Jenkins felt indescribable pain and began to lose consciousness, but fought his way back. Silva looked at McKay and shrugged. "Well, it was worth a try, but it looks like he's too far gone." Jenkins half expected the other to lunge forward again, but having shared in the human's pain, the alien consciousness chose that moment to retreat. The human surged into the gap, made hooting sounds, and used his good hand to point at Silva's right boot. The officer looked down at his boot, frowned, and was about to say something when McKay touched his arm. "He isn't pointing at your boot, sir. He's pointing down at the area under the butt." Silva felt something cold trickle in his veins. "Is that right, son? The flood could be directly below us." Jenkins nodded emphatically, rolled his eyes, and made inarticulate gagging sounds. The Major nodded and came to his feet. "Thank you, Private. We'll check the basement and be back to speak with you some more." Jenkins didn't want to talk. He wanted to die, but nobody cared. The guards left, the door clanged shut, and the Marine was left with nothing but a broken arm and the alien inside his head. Somehow, without actually dying, he had been sentenced to hell. As if to confirm that conclusion, the other surged to the fore, yanked at the chains, and beat its feet on the floor. Food had been present, food had left, and it remained hungry. Be right back. Okay, so all my snacks are gone. Those damn kids. I'll have to get more. I don't have any kids myself, but there's kids in here like almost every day, especially during the week. Yeah, they love it in here because of all the games, the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and then there's like arts and crafts stuff that I have for them. So yeah, they have everything they could ever want. Might as well just eat these two right now, just to get rid of this box. Okay, 16, so I'll eat the gin first and then the rum. Oh, that's good. Today is a Saturday, so there shouldn't be anyone in today. But yeah, you never know. A lot of times they show up randomly. There we go. Now I can dump this. Right, so the Master Chief spotted the next waypoint, but the hijacked Banshee put the hijacked Banshee down on the platform and entered the complex via an unguarded hatch. He heard the battle before he actually saw it, made his way through the intervening tunnel and peered through the next door. As had occurred before, the Covenant was busy taking it to the flood and vice versa, so he gave both groups some time to whittle each other down left the security of the tunnel, and proceeded to tidy up. Then, eager to replenish his supplies, the Spartan made his ghoulish rounds and soon was able to equip himself with an assault weapon, a shotgun, and some plasma grenades. Even though he didn't like to think about where it came from, it felt good to dump the Covenant ordnance he'd been saddled with and lay his hands on some true blue UNSC issue for a change. Pulse Generator 1 had been dealt with, and he was eager to disable number 2, then move on to his final objective. He stepped into the beam, saw a flash of light, felt the floor shake, and was in the process of pulling away when the flood attacked from every direction. There was no time to think and no time to fight. The only thing he could do was run. He turned and sprinted for the corridor he had used to enter the chamber and took 2 powerful blows from a combat form. He bulled his way between 2 carrier forms and leapt out of the way as they detonated like grenades. New infection forms spewed from their deflating corpses. There was barely enough time to turn, hose the closest forms with 7.62mm and toss a grenade at the group beyond. It went off with a loud wham, broke glass, and put 3 of the monstrosities down. He was out of ammo by then. He knew he lacked the time necessary to reload, and made the switch to the shotgun instead. The gun blew huge holes through the oncoming mob. He charged through one of them and ran like hell. Then, with some pad to work with, the human turned the gun down the pursuers. The entire battle consumed no more than 2 minutes, but it left the chief shaken. Could Cortana detect a slight tremor in his hands as he reloaded both weapons? Hell, she had unrestricted access to all of his vital signs, so she knew more about what was going on with his body than he did. Still, if the AI was conscious of the way he felt, there was no sign of it in her words. Pulse generator deactivated. Good work. The chief nodded wordlessly and made his way back through the tunnel to the point where the Banshee waited. The Pillar of Autumn is located 1,200 kilometers upspin, Cortana continued. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up. The systems on the Pillar of Autumn have fail safes. Even I can't override without authorization from the captain. We'll have to find him or his neural implants to start the fusion core detonation. 1 target remaining. Let's take care of the final pulse generator. A nav indicator appeared on the non-comms HUD as he lifted off, took fire from a neighbouring installation, and put the attack ship into a steep dive. The ground came up fast. He pulled out and guided the alien assault craft through a pass and into the canyon beyond. The nav indicator pointed toward the light that spilled out of a tunnel. The Banshee began to take ground fire, and the Spartan knew his piloting skills were about to be severely tested. A rocket flashed by as he pushed the Banshee down onto the deck, fired the aircraft's weapons and cut power. Flying into the tunnel was bad enough, but flying into it at high speed verged on suicidal. Once inside the passageway, the challenge was to stay off the walls and make the tight right and left hand turns without killing himself. A few seconds later, the Spartan saw double blast doors and flared in for a jarring land. He hopped down, made his way over the control panel, hit the switch, and heard a rumbling sound as the doors started to part. Then there was a bang as something exploded, and the enormous panels came to a sudden stop. The resulting gap was too small for the Banshee, but sufficient for two carrier forms to scuttle through. The beast scrambled toward him on short, stubby legs. The humpback bladders that formed their upper torsos pulsed and wriggled as the infection forms within struggled for release. The chief blew both monsters away with twin shotgun blasts and mopped up the rest of the infection forms with another shot. He paused and reloaded. There were bound to be more of the creatures on the far side of the doors. Resigned to a fight, he stepped through the crack and paused. There was no sound beyond the gentle roar of machinery, the drip, drip, drip of water off to his right, and the rasp of his own breathing. The threat indicator was clear, and there were no enemies in sight, and that didn't mean much. Not where the flood were concerned. They had a habit of coming out of nowhere. The cave, if that was the proper word for the huge cavern-like space, featured plenty of places to hide. Enormous pipes emerged from the walls and dived downward. Mysterious installations stood like islands on the platform around him, and there was no way to know what might lurk in the dark corners. Lights mounted high above provided what little illumination there was. The human stood on a broad platform that ran the full length of the open area. A deep chasm separated his platform from what appeared to be an identical structure on the other side of the canyon. One of the two bridges that had once spanned the gorge was down, leaving only one over which he could pass, and made to order choke point for anyone who wanted to establish an ambush. There wasn't a hell of a lot of choice, so he marched down to the point where the remaining span was anchored and started across. He hadn't gone more than 30 paces before 50 or 60 infection forms emerged from hiding and danced out to block the way. The Spartan held his position, waited for the flood forms to come a little closer, and tossed a fragmentation grenade into the centre of the group. The cavern ate some of the sound, but the explosive device still managed to produce a bang, and the resulting shrapnel laid waste to all but a handful of the creatures. There were two survivors, though, both optimists, who continued to bounce forward in spite of the way in which the rest of the group had been annihilated. A single shotgun blast was sufficient to kill both of them. He slipped some additional shells into the gun's magazine tube, took a deep breath, and moved forward again. He made it about halfway to the other side before a mixed force of combat forms, carrier forms, and infection forms started to gather at the far end of the span. Another grenade inflicted casualties, but they charged him after that, and the Master Chief was forced to retreat, firing the assault weapon as he did so. It was nip and tuck after a few seconds as combat forms launched themselves 15 meters through the air. Carriers charged straight in, and the omnipresent infection forms swarmed through the gaps. Retreating, the Spartan had already reloaded 3 times before his back hit the wall, and the last combat form collapsed at his feet, started to rise, and took a blast in the head. Once again, it was time to reload both weapons, step out onto the gore-splattered bridge deck, and attempt another crossing. This one was successful, with only light opposition on the other side and an opportunity to replenish his ammo. The next set of blast doors opened flawlessly, allowing the Spartan to enter a relatively short section of tunnel that led back to the surface. Determined to use stealth if at all possible, he slipped out of the passageway, scrambled up over the snow embankment to his right, and ran into a group of 4 flood. A grenade took care of 2, and the assault weapon finished the rest. A Banshee swooped in, burned a long line of dashes into the snow, and continued up the valley. The chief was surprised to get off so lightly, but given the darkness and all of the confusion, it was possible that the pilot had mistaken him for a combat form. A worthy target to be sure, but not something to turn around for, particularly not when the valley was full of combat forms. He was careful to hug the face of the cliff and stay within the cover provided by the boulders and trees that lined the edge of the valley. The incessant thud of automatic weapons and the whine of plasma weapons testified to the intensity of a conflict raging off to his left. Then, just as he was starting to believe that he could slide by without firing a shot, he came up over a slight rise to see that the Covenant and Flood were getting engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the depression below. A grenade followed with bursts of fire from the MF5B decimated both groups. Snow crunched as the human made his way down through the blood-stained snow, past the spot where a trio of greedy infection forms squabbled over a wounded elite, and up another rise to a stand of trees where a combat form and a carrier tried to jump him. Both of the Floods staggered as bursts of 7.62mm slugs cut them down, and they flopped onto the snow. Having broken through the perimeter of the battle, the Master Chief was able to follow the nav indicator into a second valley where he came upon a group of dead Marines loaded up on ammo and tried to decide whether to stay with the scattergun or trade it in for a sniper's rifle or a rocket launcher. It would have been nice to have all three, but that many weapons would be unwieldy, not to mention damn heavy. In the end, he went with the rifle and shotgun and hoped it was the right decision. The Spartan checked the Marines for dog tags, discovered that they had already been taken by someone else, and took the time required to drag the bodies into a nearby cave in the hope that the infection forms wouldn't find them. That seemed like a good place to stash the extra weapons, so that's what he did. Then, having followed the second valley to the point where it opened onto a third valley, he came across a now familiar scene. The Covenant were battling the Flood with everything they had, including shades, a brace of ghosts, and two extremely active wraiths, but the Flood had plenty of bodies to throw back at them and didn't hesitate to do so. What the Chief wanted was the Banshee that was parked ahead of the valley, but in order to get at the aircraft it would be necessary to cut both groups down to size. He stayed right, slipped along the cliff face, made use of a thin screen of trees and boulders to hide his movements from those out toward the centre of the valley. Finally, having passed behind a house-sized rock and found a vantage point that allowed him to look out on the area where the vast majority of the Covenant were congregated, the Spartan unlimbered the S2AM, selected the 10x setting for the scope, and began his bloody work. In this particular situation, he selected the softest targets first, starting with the grunts on the shades, followed by the outlying jackals, all in hope that he could inflict a lot of casualties before the elites took notice and sent the tank to get him. The problem was that the little world inside the scope was all-consuming, a fact that caused him to let down his guard. The first hint he had that a Flood form had come up behind him was when it whacked the Spartan in the head. The blow would have killed anyone else, but the armour saved him, and the Chief rolled in the direction of the blow. The long-barreled S2 wasn't well suited for close-in combat, but that's what he had in his hands. There was no time to aim as the Flood form charged, only time to fire, and that's what he did. The slug caught the ex-elite in the chest. The combat form didn't even flinch as the bullet passed through its spongy centre of mass. A tiny spurt of grey-green ichor trailed from the entry wound as the creature swung a vicious blow at the Master Chief. He ducked the attack and dropped the rifle. He dived, tucked into a roll, and came up with his sidearm in his hand. He emptied the clip into the beast. One round blew its left arm off, and the final round made a foot-wide exit wound in the Flood's back. He kicked in the He kicked in the creature's chest, crushing the infection form within. He collected the S2 and frowned. He studied the fallen flood for a moment and saw the creature's insides were rapidly liquefying. The velocity of the S2's projectile had passed through the non-vital mass of the creature's chest and just kept going. Another nasty surprise, courtesy of the flood. After a quick look around to make sure that there weren't any more surprises lurking in the vicinity, with his heart still beating like a trap hammer, the chief went back to his grisly work. 3 more Covenant warriors fell before a barrage of fireballs arced high into the air to land all around his position. One came so close that just the bleed off it was enough to push his shielding into the red and trigger the alarm. He pulled back, switched to the assault weapon long enough to ice a couple of overly ambitious grunts, and switched back to the S2 as he rounded the opposite side of the big boulder. He selected a spot where he could go to work on both the Covenant and the flood, and settled in. He wanted to nail the elites now, and thanks to the powerful 14.5mm armor-piercing rounds, he could drop most of them with a single shot. Combat forms were a different story, so he switched to the pistol. It was less accurate, but did the job. It wasn't long before more than a dozen bodies were laid out in the snow, but then the word was out. Soon the mortar tank moved into position to bombard his new position, and it was necessary to pull back. The Wraith was a serious problem, which meant there was only one thing the Spartan could do: hike back to the weapons cache and trade the rifle for the launcher. It was a major pain in the ass, but he didn't have much choice, so he pulled out. It took a full half hour to make the round trip between the valley and the weapons cache, so he expected things to have calmed down a bit by the time he returned. That wasn't the case, however, which suggested that the flood had thrown even more forms into the battle. The chief followed his own footprints back to the hiding place next to the big boulder, put the launcher on his shoulder, and hit the zoom. The Wraith, which was busy hurling bombs down the valley, seemed to leap forward, as if somehow aware of his presence. The tank spun on its axis and launched a bomb toward the rock. The Spartan forced himself to ignore the artificial comet, locked onto the target and triggered the rock. There was an impact and a loud crump, followed by smoke, but the Wraith continued to fire nonetheless, now with fireballs exploding all around him. The Master Chief had to take a deep breath, hold the tank at the centre of his sight, and pull the trigger again. The tube jerked. The second missile ran straight and true and hit with a loud crack. The Wraith opened like a red flower, burped pitch black smoke, and nosed into a snowbank. "Nice shot," Cortana said admiringly, but watched the ghost. It was good advice, because although the attack vehicle had held back up to that point, it came skittering into sight, opened up with its plasma weapons, and threatened to accomplish what the rest of the Covenant soldiers hadn't. It would be nice if my nose would stop running. But the chief had reloaded by then. The rocket tube was the right weapon for the job, and a single missile was sufficient to send the attack vehicle flipping end for end to finally wind up with its belly in the air and flames licking at the engine compartment. With that problem out of the way, the chief came to his feet, slapped a fresh load into the launcher, and made a beeline for the Banshee. He was halfway across, with nowhere to hide, when a pair of hunters emerged from a jumble of boulders. Now, grateful that he still had some rockets, he had no choice but to drop to one knee, and take them on. The first shot was dead on, hit the alien in the chest, and blew the bastard apart. Another rocket flew over the second hunter's right shoulder and cut a tree in half. The big alien started to lumber across open ground, picking up speed and charging its arm-mounted cannon. It was a waste of ammo to pepper the front end of a hunter with 7.62mm rounds, and slow though he was, the alien could still bring him down with a blast from his arm-mounted fuel rod cannon. So he put his sight on a target so big he didn't need to zoom and let fly. The hunter saw the missile coming, tried to deflect it with his shield, and failed. Seconds later, pieces of warm meat showered the area, melted holes in the snow, and continued to steam. The chief ran past without a second look, jumped onto the Banshee, and strafed the rest of the Covenant forces on his way down the valley. Judging from the way the nav indicator was oriented, the Spartan needed altitude, a lot of it, so he put the alien attack ship into a steep climb. Finally, when the red delta flipped over and started to point down, he knew he was high enough. He did a nose over and caught his first glimpse of the waypoint below. The surrounding area was dark and snow continued to fall, but the platform was nicely lit. He lowered the Banshee onto the pad and had just bailed out of the pilot seat when the Sentinels attacked. "This is the last one," Cortana said. "The Monitor will do anything to stop us." The chief blew 3 of the pesky machines out of the air, back through the hatch, and let the door close on the rest. "We're close," the AI commented. "The generator is up ahead." The chief nodded, stepped out into a room, and felt the laser burn across the front of his armour. It seemed that the Monitor had posted sentinels inside the complex as well. Not only that, but these machines had benefit of intermittent force fields which were resistant to automatic weapons fire. Still, he had a couple of 102mm surprises in store for the electromechanical enforcers, which he fired into the centre of the hovering pack. 3 sentinels were blown out of the air. A 4th did loops as it tried to rid itself of plasma grenade, failed, and took another machine with it. The 5th and 6th succumbed to a hail of bullets as their shields recharged, while the 7th slammed into a wall, crossed to the floor, and was busy trying to lift off again when the chief stamped it to death. The way was clear at that point, and the Spartan was quick to take advantage of it. A few quick strides were sufficient to carry him to the central chamber, where he was free to approach the final pulse generator. "Final target neutralized," Cortana said, as the non-com stepped back a few moments later. Let's get out of here. "Let's find a ride and get to the captain," the chief agreed as he prepared to leave. "No, that'll take too long. Do you have a better idea?" "There's a teleportation grid that runs around Halo. That's how the Monitor moves about so quickly," the AI explained. "I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center." "So," the chief asked, somewhat annoyed, "why didn't you just teleport us to the pulse generators?" "I can't. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy, and I don't have access to Halo's power systems to reroute the energy we need. She paused, then reluctantly continued, "There may be another way, however." The Spartan frowned and shook his head. "Something tells me I'm not going to like this. I'm pretty sure I can pull the energy we need from your suit without permanently damaging your shield system or the armor's power cells," Cortana continued. "Needless to say, I think we should only try this once." "Agreed. Tap into the Covenant network and see if you can find him. If we've only got one shot at this, we should make it a good one." There was a pause as Cortana worked her magic with the intrusion and scan software. A moment later, she exclaimed, "I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as I can." "Do it," the Master Chief growled. "Let's get this over with." No sooner had the Spartan spoken than bands of golden light started to ripple down over his armour. The now familiar feeling of nausea returned, and the Master Chief seemed to vanish through the floor. Once he was gone, only a few motes of amber light remained to mark his passing. Then, after a few seconds, they too disappeared. Whoop whoop. That's another chapter down. Only 2 to go. So next is chapter 11 of 12. Stop for a moment to have a break. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Right, so only 2 chapters to go, and we're done. So this is all that's left here. So that is chapter 11. And then I suppose the rest is chapter 12. Okay, so that is chapter 12. So chapter 12 is quite big. And then there's like 2-3 pages with advertising other books. Let's see that. Okay. Here we go. Let's try and get this done. Chapter 11. D plus 73, 34, 16. Spartan 117, mission clock. On board the Truth and Reconciliation. He wasn't here, wasn't there, wasn't anywhere insofar as the chief could tell from within the strange never land of Halo's teleportation net. He couldn't see or hear anything, have a sense of dizzying velocity. The Spartan felt his body stitched back together, one molecule at a time. He saw snatches of what looked like the interior of a Covenant ship as bands of golden light strobed up and disappeared over his head. Something was wrong, and he was just starting to figure out what it was. The inside of the ship seemed to be upside down when he flipped it head over heels and crashed to the deck. He had materialized, with his feet planted firmly on the corridor's ceiling. "Oh," Cortana exclaimed, "I see the coordinate data needs to be..." The chief came to his feet, slapped the general area where his implants were, and shook his head. The AI sounded contrite. "Right, sorry." "Never mind that," the Spartan said. "Give me a sit rep." She patched back into the Covenant computing systems, a much easier task now that they were aboard one of the enemy's warships. "The Covenant network is absolute chaos," she replied. "From what I've been able to piece together, the leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the flood, but they were too late. The flood overwhelmed this cruiser and captured it." "I assume," he said, "that's bad." "The Covenant think so. They're terrified that the flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They sent a strike team to neutralize the flood and prepare the ship for immediate departure." The chief peered down the corridor. The bulkheads were violet, or was that lavender? Strange patterns marbled the material, like the oily sheen of a beetle's carapace. Whatever it was, he didn't care for it, especially on a military vessel. But who knew? Maybe the Covenant thought olive drab was for wimps. He started forward, but quickly came up short as a voice that verged on a groan came in over his implants. "Chief, don't be a fool. Leave me." It was Key's voice. "Keys, Jacob, Captain, service number 01928-19912-JK. He clung to the tether of his CNI carrier wave and heard familiar voices. An iron-hard, rasping male voice, a tart, warm female voice. He knew them. Was this another memory? He was struggling to dredge up new pieces of his past to delay the numbing advance of the alien presence in his mind. It was harder to maintain a grasp on who he was as the various pieces of his life, the things that made him who he was, were stripped away one at a time. "Keys, Jacob, Captain, service number 01928-19912-JK. The voices, they were talking about him, the Master Chief, the AI Cortana. He felt a sense of mounting panic. They shouldn't be here. The other grew stronger and pressed forward, eager to learn more about these creatures that were so important to the struggling prisoner who clung so stubbornly to identity. Keys, Jacob, Captain, service number 01928-19912-JK. Chief, Cortana, you shouldn't have come. Don't be a fool. Leave me. Get out of here. Run. The presence descended, and he could feel its anticipation of victory. It wouldn't be long now. Captain? Cortana inquired desperately. Captain, I've lost him. Neither one of them said anything further. The pain in Key's voice had been clear. All they could do was drive deeper into the ship and hope to find him. The chief passed through a hatch, noticed the right bulkhead was splattered with Covenant blood, and figured a battle had been fought there. That meant he could expect to run into the flood at any moment. As he continued down the passageway, his throat felt unusually dry, his heart beat a little bit faster, and his stomach muscles were tight. His suspicions were soon confirmed as he heard the sounds of battle, took a right, and saw that a firefight was underway at the far end of the corridor. He let the combatants go at it for a bit before moving in to cut the survivors down. From there he took a left, followed by a right, and came to a hatch. It opened to reveal a black hole with jagged edges. Farther back, beyond the drop-off, another firefight was underway. Analyzing data, Cortana said. This hole was caused by some sort of explosion. All I detect down there are pools of coolant. We should continue our search somewhere else. The AI's advice made sense, so the Spartan turned to retrace his steps. Then, as he took the first left, all hell broke loose. Cortana said, "Warning, threat level increasing." And then, as if to prove her point, a mob of flood came straight at him. He fired, retreated, and fired again. Carrier forms exploded in a welter of shattered flesh, severed tentacles, and green slime. Combat forms rushed forward as if eager to die, danced under the impact of the 7.62mm rounds and flew apart. Infection forms scattered across the decks, leaped into the air, and shattered into flaps of flying flesh. But there were too many, far too many for one person to handle, and even as the chief heard Cortana say something about the black hole, he accidentally backed into it, fell about 20 meters, and plunged feet first into a pond of green liquid, not in the ship, but somewhere under it, on the surface below. The coolant was so cold that he could feel it through his armor. It was thick too, which made it more difficult to move. The Master Chief felt his boots hit bottom, knew the weight of his armor would hold him in place, and marched up onto what had become a beach of sorts. The cavern was dark, lit mostly by the luminescent glow produced by the coolant itself, although streaks of plasma fire slashed back and forth up ahead, punctuated by the steady thud-thud-thud of an automatic weapon. "Let's get out of here," Cortana said, and find another way back aboard the ship. He moved up toward the edge of the conflict and let the combatants hammer each other for a bit before lobbing a grenade into the mix, waiting for the body parts to fall and strafing what was left. Then, having moved forward, he was forced to fight his way through a series of narrow, body-strewn passageways as what seemed like an inexhaustible supply of flood forms came at him from every possible direction. Eventually, having made his way through grottos of coolant and past piles of corpses, Cortana said, "We should head this way, toward the ship's gravity lift," and the Spartan saw a nav pointer appear on his HUD. He followed the red arrow around a bend to a ledge above a coolant-filled basin. Even as he watched, a dozen carrier forms marched up out of the Green Lagoon to attack a group of hard-pressed Covenant soldiers. The Spartan knew there was no way in hell that he'd be able to force his way through that mess, turned and made his way back down the trail. A sniper rifle, just one of hundreds of weapons scattered around the area, was half obscured by a headless combat form. The petty officer removed the rifle, checked to ensure that it was loaded, and returned to the overlook. Then, careful to make each shot count, he opened fire. The elites, jackals and grunts, went down fairly easily, but the flood forms, especially the carriers, were practically impossible to kill with this particular weapon. With few exceptions, the heavy round seemed to pass right through the lumpy-looking bastards without causing any harm whatsoever. When all of the 14.5mm ammo was gone, the chief went back for the shotgun, jumped into the green liquid, and waded up onto the shoreline. He heard an obscene sucking noise, saw an infection form trying to enter an elite's chest cavity, and blew both of them away. After that, there was more cleanup to do, as some combat forms took a run at the human, and a flock of infection forms tried to roll him under. Repeated doses of shotgun fire turned out to be just what the doctor ordered. The area was soon littered with severed tentacles and scrapes of wet flesh. A pitch-black passageway led him back to another pool, where he arrived just in time to see the flood overrun a shade and the elite who was seated at the controls. The Spartan began firing, already backpedaling when the flood spotted him, and hopped, waddled, and jumped forward. He fired, reloaded, and fired again, always retreating, always on the defensive, always hoping for a respite. This wasn't his kind of fight. Spartans were designed as offensive weapons, but ever since they'd landed on the ring, he'd been on the run. He had to find a way to take the offensive, and soon. There was no break in the endless wall of flood attackers. He fired until his weapons were empty, pried energy weapons out of dead fingers, and fired those until they were dry. Finally, more by virtue of stubbornness than anything else, and having reacquired human weapons from dead combat forms, the Master Chief found himself standing all alone, rifle raised, with no one to shoot at. He felt a powerful sense of elation. He was alive. It was a moment he couldn't take time to enjoy. Eager to reboard the cruiser and find Captain Keyes, he made his way back along the path he had been forced to surrender to the flood, past the shade, rounded a bend, and saw a couple dozen infection forms materialize out of the darkness ahead. A plasma grenade strobed the night, pulverized their bodies, and produced a satisfying boom. It was still echoing off the canyon walls as the human eased his way through a narrow passage and emerged at one end of a hotly contested pool. About 50 meters away, the Covenant and Flood surged back and forth, traded fire with each other, and appeared to be on the verge of hand-to-tentacle combat. Two well-thrown grenades cut the number of hostiles in half. The MA-5B took care of the rest. "There's the gravity lift," Cortana said. "It's still operational. That's our way back in." It sounded simple, but as the Master Chief looked up at the hill on which the lift was sited, well-aimed plasma fire lashed down to scorch the rock at his right elbow. It glowed as the human was forced to pull back, wait for a lull, and dash forward again. Looking ahead, he spotted the point where a group of hard-pressed Covenant were tracking to bar a group of Flood from making their way up a path toward the top of the hill and the foot of the gravity lift. It was a last stand, and the Covenant knew it. They fought harder than he'd ever seen the aliens fight. He felt a moment of kinship with the Covenant's soldiers. He stood and threw two grenades into the middle of the melee, waited for the twin explosions, and went in shooting. An elite sent plasma stuttering into the night sky as he fell over backward. A combat form swung a jackal's arm like a club, and a pair of infection forms rode a grunt down into the pool of coolant. It was a madness, a scene straight from hell, and the human had little choice but to kill everything that moved. As the lost bodies crumpled to the ground, the Spartan was free to follow the steadily rising path upward, turn to the right, and enter the lift's footprint. He felt static electricity crackle around his armor and heard plasma shriek through the air as a distant covenant took exception to his plans. Then the chief was gone, pulled upward into the belly of the beast. Keys? Keys, Jacob. Yes, that was it, wasn't it? He couldn't remember. There was nothing left now but navigation protocols, defense plans, and a duty to keep them safe. A droning buzz filled his mind. He vaguely remembered hearing it before, but didn't know what it was. It pressed in, hungry. Metal rang under her boots as McKay jumped down off the last platform onto the huge metal grating. It shivered in response. The trip down from the mesa had taken more than 15 minutes. First, she had taken the still functional lift down to the point where she and her troops had forced their way into the butt, back when the Covenant still occupied it, then transferred to the circular staircase, which, like the rifling on the inside of a gun barrel, wound its way down to the bottom of the shaft and the barrier under her feet. "Good to see you, ma'am," a private said as he materialized at her elbow. "Sergeant Lister would like to speak with you." McKay nodded, said thanks, and made her way over to the far side of the grating where the so-called entry team were gathered into a tight little group next to an assemblage of equipment that had been lowered from above. A portable work light glowed at the very center of the assemblage and threw huge shadows up onto the walls around them. Bodies parted as McKay approached, and Lister, who was down on his hands and knees, jumped to his feet. "Ten hut!" Everyone came to attention. McKay noticed the way that the long hours and constant stress had pared what little bit of extra flesh there was off the non-com's face, leaving it gaunt and haggard. "As you were. How does it look? Any contact?" "No, ma'am," Lister responded. "Not yet, but take a look at this." A Navy tech directed a handheld spotlight down through the grating, and the officer knelt to get a better look. The stairs, which had ended on the far side of the platform, appeared to pick up again just below the grating and encircled into the darkness below. "Look at the metal," Lister prompted, "and look at what's piled up on the stairs below." McKay looked, saw that the thick metal crosspieces had been twisted out of shape, and saw a large pile of weapons below. No human ordnance as far as she could tell, just Covenant, which was to say plasma weapons. With no cutting torches to call upon, not yet anyway, it looked as though the flood had depleted at least 100 energy pistols and rifles in a futile attempt to cut their way through the grating. Given some more time, say another day or two, they might have succeeded. "You've got to give the bastards credit," McKay said grimly. "They never give up. Well, neither do we. Let's cut this sucker open, go down and lock the back door." Lister said, "Ma'am, yes, ma'am." But there were none of the usual gung-ho responses from the others who stood around him. It was dark down there, and nightmares lay in wait. Once inside the Pillar of Autumn, Zamami and Yayap found conditions to be both better and worse than they had expected. Consistent with the grunt's predictions, the officer in charge, an overworked elite named Ontami, had been extremely glad to see them, and wasted little time placing Zamami in charge of 20 jackals, with Yayap as senior NCO. That, plus the fact that the security detachment had a reasonable amount of supplies, including methane, meant that basic physical needs had been met. That was the good news. The bad news was that Zamami, now known as Huki Umami, lived in constant fear that an elite who knew either him or the recently deceased commando he had decided to impersonate would come along and reveal his true identity, or that the prophets would somehow pluck the information out of thin air, as they were rumoured to be able to do. These fears caused the officer to lay low, stay out of sight, and delegate most of his leadership responsibilities to Yayap. This would have been annoying, but acceptable where a contingent of grunts was concerned, but was made a great deal more difficult by the fact that the jackals saw themselves as being superior to the gas suckers, and were anything but pleased when they found themselves reporting to Yayap. Then, as if to add to the grunts' woes, the flood had located the Pillar of Autumn, and while they were unable to infiltrate the vessel via any of the maintenance ways that ran back and forth just below the Ringwold's surface, they had become adept at entering the vessel through rents in its severely damaged hull, the airlocks where lifeboats had once been docked, and on one memorable occasion via one of the Covenant's own patrols, which had been ambushed, turned into combat forms, and sent back into the ship. The ruse had been detected, but only after some of the contaminated soldiers were inside the vessel. A few of them were still at large, somewhere within the human vessel. As the grunt and his group of surly jackals stood guard in the Autumn's shuttle bay, a dropship loaded with supplies circled over the downed ship, asked for and received the necessary clearances, and swooped in for a landing. Yayap eyed his recalcitrant troops, saw that 3 of them had drifted away from their pre-assigned positions, and used his radio to herd them back. Yak, Bok, and Yeg, we have a shuttle coming in. Focus on the dropship, not the area outside. The jackals were too smart to say anything over the radio, but the grunt knew they were grumbling among themselves as they returned to their various stations, and the ship settled on the blast-scarred deck. Watch the personnel slots, Yayap cautioned his troops, referring to the small compartments that lined the outside surfaces of the shuttle's twin hulls. They could be packed with flood. In spite of the resentment he felt, Bok touched a switch and opened all of the slots for inspection. A new security procedure instituted 3 days before the compartments were empty. The jackals sniggered, and there was nothing Yayap could do but suffer through the indignity of it. With that formality out of the way, a crew of grunts moved in to unload supplies from the cargo compartments that lined the inside surface of the dropship's hulls, and towed the heavily loaded anti-grav pallets out onto the deck. Then, with the unloading process complete, the shuttle rose on its grav field, turned toward the hatch, and passed out into bright sunlight. The cargo crew checked the label on each cargo container to see where it was supposed to go, gabbled at one another, and were about to tow the pallets away when Yayap intervened. "Stop. I want you to open those cargo mods one at a time. Make sure they contain what they're supposed to." If the previous order had been unpopular, this one met with out-and-out rebellion as Bok decided to take Yayap on. "You're no elite. You're under orders to deliver this stuff now. If we're late, they'll take our heads." He paused and clicked his beak meaningfully. "And our kin will take yours, gas sucker." The jackals, all of whom were enjoying the interchange to the maximum, looked at each other and grinned. Zamami should have been there, should have been giving the orders, and Yayap cursed the officer from the bottom of his heart. "No," he replied stubbornly. "Nothing leaves here until it has been checked. That's the new process. The elites were the ones who came up with it, not me. So open them up, and we'll get you and your crew out of here." The other alien grumbled, but knew the real happy elites would back Yayap, and turned to his crew. "All right. You heard Fieldmaster Gassucker. Let's get this over with." Yayap sighed. ordered his jackals to form a giant U with the open end toward the cargo containers and took his own place in the line. What ensued was boring to say the least, as each cargo module was opened, closed, and towed out of the way. Finally, with only 3 containers left to go, Bach undogged a hatch, pulled the door open, and disappeared under an avalanche of infection forms. One of the attacking pods grabbed onto the jackal's head, wrapped its tentacles around the creature's skull, drove a penetrator down through his throat, and had already tapped into the soldier's spine by the time Yap yelled "fire" and the rest of the jackals opened up. Nothing could live where the 20 plasma beams converged, and most of the infection forms were dead within 2 or 3 heartbeats. But Yap thought he detected motion behind the mist created by the exploding pus pods and lobbed a plasma grenade into the cargo module. There was a flash of green-yellow light as the device went off, followed by a resonant boom as it detonated. The cargo container shook like a thing possessed, and chunks of raw meat flew out to spray the deck with gore. It was clear that 3 or maybe 4 combat forms had been hiding in the cargo compartment, hoping to enter the ship. Now, as the last of the infection forms popped, a momentary silence settled over the shuttle bay. Bach's corpse smouldered on the deck. "That was close," the jackal named Jack said. "Those stupid gassers damn near got us killed. Good thing our file leader kept them in line." The soldiers to either side of the former critic nodded solemnly. Yap, who was close enough to hear the comment, wasn't sure whether to be angry or pleased. Somehow, for better or for worse, he had been elevated to the position of honorary jackal. A full company of heavily armed Marines waited as torches cut through the metal grating. Sparks fell into the Stygian blackness below, and each man or woman considered what awaited them. Would they survive or leave their bones in the bottom of the hole? There was no way to know. ones. I think I should get a plate. Okay. Right, so there we go. Oh, there's my brick. Okay. So, looks like we're back with the humans again. A full company of heavily armed Marines waited as torches cut through the metal grating, sparks fell into the Stygian blackness below, and each man or woman considered what awaited them. Would they survive or leave their bones in the bottom of the hole?
There was no way to know. Meanwhile, 30 metres away, two officers stood by themselves. Mackay had borne far more than her fair share of the burden ever since the drop. Silva was aware of that and regretted it. Part of the problem stemmed from the fact that she was his XO, an extremely demanding position that could burn even the most capable officer out. But the truth was, Mackay was a better leader than her peers, as evidenced by the fact that the hell jumpers would follow her anywhere, even into a pit that might be filled with life-devouring monstrosities. But everyone had their limits, even an officer like Mackay, and the Major knew she was close to reaching them. He could see it in the grim contours of her once rounded face, the empty staring eyes, and the set of her mouth. The problem wasn't one of strength. She was the toughest, most hardcore Marine he knew, but one of hope. Now, as he prepared to send her below, Silva knew she needed something real to fight for, something more than patriotism, something that would allow her to get at least some of the Marines to safety. That, plus the possibility that something could happen to him, lay behind the briefing that ensued. So Silva began, "Go down, get the lay of the land, and see if you can slam the door on those bastards. 48 hours of flood-free operation would be ideal, but 24 would be sufficient, because we'll be out of here by then." Mackay had been looking over Silva's shoulders, but the last sentence brought her eyes back to his. Silva saw the movement and knew he had connected. "Out of here, sir? Where would we go?" "Home," Silva said confidently, "to brass bands, medals and promotions all around. Then, with the credibility earned here, we'll have the opportunity to create an army of hell jumpers and push the Covenant back into whatever hole they evolved from." "And the flood?" Mackay asked, her eyes searching his face. "What about them?" "They're going to die," Silva replied. "The AIs managed to link up a few hours ago. It turns out that the chief is alive, Cortana is with him, and they're trying to rescue Keys. Once they have him, they're going to rig the Autumn to blow. The explosion will destroy Hilo and everything on it. I'm not a fan of the Spartan program, you know that, but I've got to give the bastard credit. He's one hell of a soldier." "It sounds good," Mackay said cautiously, "but how do we get off before the ring blows?" "Ah," Silva replied, "that's where my idea comes in. While you're down cleaning out the sewers, I'll be up top making the preparations necessary to take the Truth and Reconciliation away from the Covenant. She's space-worthy now, and Cortana can fly her, or, if all else fails, we'll let Wellesley take a crack at it. It would be a stretch, but he might be able to pull it off." Imagine arriving back on Earth in a Covenant cruiser, packed with Covey technology and loaded with data on Halo. The response will be incredible. The human race needs a victory right now, and we'll give them a big one. It was then, as Mackay looked into the other officer's half-lit face, that she realised the extent to which raw ambition motivated her superior's actions, and knew that even if his wildest dreams were to come true, she wouldn't want any part of the glory that Silva sought. Just getting some Marines home alive, that would be reward enough for her. An old soldier's adage flashed across her mind: "Never share a foxhole with a hero." Glory and promotion were fine, but right now she'd settle for survival, plain and simple. First there was a loud clang, followed by the birth of 6 blue-white suns, which illuminated the inside surface of the shaft as they fell to the filth-encrusted floor below. Then the invaders dropped, not one at a time, down the stairs as the infection forms might have assumed, but half a dozen all at once, dangling on ropes. They landed within seconds of each other, knelt with weapons at the ready, and faced outward.
Each hell jumper wore a helmet equipped with 2 lights and a camera, with simple back and forth movements of their heads. The soldiers created overlapping scans of the walls, which were transmitted up to the grating above, and from there to the mesa. McKay stood on the grating, eyed the raw footage on a portable monitor, and saw that 4 large arches penetrated the perimeter of the shaft and would need to be sealed in order to prevent access to the circular stairway. There was no sign of the flood. Alright, so it's getting to near noon. Okay, the officer said. We have 4 holes to seal. I want those plugs at the bottom of the shaft 30 from now. I'm going down. Even as McKay spoke and dropped into the hole which had been cut into the centre of the grate, Wellesley was calculating the exact dimensions of each arc so that Navy techs could fabricate metal plugs that could be lowered to the bottom of the shaft, manhandled into position and welded into place. Within a matter of minutes, computer-generated outlines were lasered onto metal plates, torches were lit, and the cutting began. McKay felt her boots touch solid ground and took her first look around. Now finally able to see the surroundings with her own eyes, the company commander realised that a bas relief mural circled the lower part of the shaft. She wanted to go look at it, to run her fingers across the grime-caked images recorded there, but knew she couldn't, not without compromising the defensive ring and placing herself in jeopardy. Contact, one of the Marines said urgently. I saw something move. Hold your fire, McKay said cautiously, her voice echoing off the walls. Conserve ammo until we have clear targets. As soon as she had given the hold fire order, the flood gushed out into the shaft. McKay screamed, now, pull, and 7 well-anchored winches jerked the entire team into the air and out of reach. The Marines fired as they ascended. One hell jumper screamed curses at the combat form who was leading the charge. The loud-mouthed Marine dropped his clip, loaded a fresh one into his rifle, and shouldered the weapon to resume fire. The combat form he had been shooting leaped 15 metres into the air, wrapped his legs around the Marine's waist, and caved in the side of the soldier's head with a rock. Then, with the fallen Marine's assault weapon slung over his shoulder, the creature climbed the rope like an oversized monkey and raced for the platform above. Lister, who still stood on the grating above, aimed his pistol straight down, put 3 rounds through the top of the combat form's skull, saw the form fall backward into the milling mass below, and watched it disappear under the tide of alien flesh. Let's move, people, the non-com said. Raise the bait and drop the bombs. Energy bolts stuttered upward as the winches whirred and the hell jumpers rose, and 20 grenades fell through the grating and into the mob below. Not fragmentation grenades, which would have thrown shrapnel up at the hell jumpers, but plasma grenades, which burned as the flood congregated around them, then went off in quick succession. They vaporized most of the gibbering monsters and left the rest vulnerable to a round of gunfire and a second dose of grenades. 10 minutes later, word came down that the plugs were ready, and a larger combat team was sent down, followed by 4 teams of techs. The arches were blocked without incident, the shaft was sealed, and the grating was repaired. Not forever, but for the next day or so, and that was all that mattered. The Master Chief arrived at the top of the gravity lift and fought his way through a maze of passageways and compartments occupied by Flood and Covenant alike. He rounded a corner and saw an open hatch ahead. It looks like a shuttle bay, Cortana commented. We should be able to reach the control room from the third level. The CNI link that Cortana followed served to deliver a new message from the captain. The voice was weak and sounded slurred. I gave you an order, soldier. Now pull out. He's delirious, Cortana said, in pain. We had to find him. Pull out. I gave you an order, soldier. The thought echoed in what was left of Key's ravaged mind. The invading presence descended. It could tell this one was nearly expended. No more energy left to fight. It pushed in on the memories that the creature so jealously guarded, and recoiled at the sudden resistance, a defiance of terrible strength. Keys clutched at the last of his vital memories. And inside his mind, where there was no one but he and the creature that attempted to absorb him, screamed, "No!" Death, held in obedience for so long, refused to rush in. Slowly, like the final drops of water from a recently closed faucet, his life force was absorbed. With the memory of the voice to spur him on, the Master Chief made his way out onto a gallery over the shuttle bay, found that a pitched battle was in progress, and lobbed 2 grenades into the centre of the conflict. He had the desired effect, but also signalled the human's presence, and the flood came like iron fillings drawn to a magnet. The flood onslaught was intense, and the Spartan was forced to retreat into the passageway whence he had come in order to concentrate the targets, buy some time, and reload his weapons. The pitched firefight ended, and he sprinted for the far side of the gallery and passed through an open hatch. He fought his way up to the next level of the gallery, where the flood appeared to be holding a convention at the far end of the walkway. The chief was fresh out of grenades by then, which meant he had to clear the path the hard way. A carrier form exploded and sent a cluster of combat forms crashing to the ground. The burst carrier spewed voracious infection forms in every direction and collapsed as one of the fallen combat forms hopped forward, dragging a broken leg behind him, hands clutching a grenade as if it were a bouquet of flowers. The Spartan backed away, fired a series of 10-round bursts, and gave thanks when the grenade exploded. The carrier had given him an idea. When they blew, they went up in a big way. A second of the creatures scuttled into view and made its ungainly way forward, accompanied by a wave of infection forms and 2 more combat forms. He used his pistol scope to survey the combat forms and was gratified that they fit the bill. Each carried plasma grenades. He stepped into view, and the combat forms instantly vaulted high in the air. As soon as their feet left the deck, the chief dropped and fired directly at the carrier. The Spartan's aim was perfect. As soon as they passed over the carrier, it burst and ignited the plasma grenades the combat forms carried. They all went up in a blue-white flash of destructive energy. "The control room should be this way," Cortana said as he charged ahead, eager to keep them moving in the right direction. He moved fast, advancing across the blood-slicked floor, and followed Cortana's new nav coordinates toward the still distant hatch. He passed through the opening, followed the corridor to an intersection, took a right, a left, and was passing through a door when a horrible groan was heard over the link. "The captain," Cortana said, "his vitals are fading. Please, Chief, hurry." The Spartan charged into a passageway packed with both Covenant and Flood, and sprayed the tangle of bodies with bullets. He kept running at top speed, sprinting past enemies and ignoring their hasty snapshots. Time was of the essence. Keys was fading fast. He made it to the CNI's carrier wave source, the cruiser's control room. The lighting was subdued, with hints of blue and reflections off the metal surfaces. Thick, sturdy columns framed the ramp which led up to an elevated platform where something strange stood. He thought it was a carrier at first glance, but soon realized that the creature was far too large for that. It boasted spines that connected it to the ceiling overhead, like thick grey-green spiderwebs. There were no signs of opposition, not yet anyway, which left him free to make his way up the ramp with his rifle at the ready. As he moved closer, the chief realized that the new flood form was huge. If it was aware of the human presence, the creature gave no sign of it and continued to study a large hollow panel as if committing the information displayed there to memory. No human life signs detected, Cortana observed cautiously. She paused and added, "The captain's life signs just stopped." "Damn, what about the CNI?" he asked, still transmitting. Then the chief noticed a bulge in the monster's side and realized that he was looking at an impression of the naval officer's grotesquely distorted face. The AI said, "The captain, he's one of them." The Spartan realized then that he already knew that, had known it ever since he had seen Jenkins' video, but was unwilling to accept it. "We can't let the flood get off this ring," Cortana said desperately. "You know what he'd expect, what he'd want us to do." Yes, the chief thought. I know my duty. They needed to blow the Autumn's engines to destroy Halo and the flood. To do that, they needed the captain's neural implants. The Master Chief drew his arm back, formed his hand into a stiff-fingered armoured shovel, and made use of his enormous strength to plunge the crude instrument into the flood form's bloated body. There was a momentary resistance as he punched his way through the creature's skin and penetrated the captain's skull to enter the half-dissolved brain that lay within. Then, with his hand buried in the form's seemingly nerveless body, he felt for and found Key's implants. The chief's hand made a popping sound as it pulled out of the wound. He shook the spongy gore onto the deck and slipped the chips into empty slots in his armour. "It's done," Cortana said somberly. "I have the code. We should go. We need to get back to the Pillar of Autumn. Let's go back to the shuttle bay and find a ride." As if summoned by the lethargic beast that stood in front of the ship's controls, a host of flood poured into the room, all of whom were clearly determined to kill the heavily armoured invader. A flying wedge comprised of carrier and combat forms stormed the platform, pushed the human back, and soaked up his bullets as if eager to receive them. Finally, more by chance than design, the Spartan backed off the command deck and plummeted to the deck below. That bought a moment of respite. There wasn't much time though, just enough to hustle up out of the channel that ran parallel to the platform above, reload both of his weapons, and put his back into a corner. The horde really came for him then, honking, gibbering and gurgling, climbing up over the bodies that were mounted in front of them, careless of casualties, willing to pay whatever price he required. Okay, we're back.
Okay, almost done. Not much left to go. So that's all that's left of chapter 11, and then the rest chapter 12. Now, where was I? The storm of gunfire put out by the Mjolnir-clad soldier was too powerful, too well aimed, and the flood started to wilt, stumble, and fall apart. And fall, many giving up their lives only inches from the Spartan's blood-drenched boots, clawing at his ankles. He gave thanks as the last combat form collapsed, relished the silence that settled over the room, and took a moment to reload both of his weapons. "Are you okay?" Cortana asked hesitantly, both grateful and amazed by the fact that the chief was still on his feet. He thought of Captain Keyes. "No," the Spartan replied. "Let's get the hell out of here and finish these bastards off." He was numb from creeping exhaustion, hunger, and combat. The planned escape route back to the shuttle bay was littered with Flood and Covenant alike. The Spartan moved almost as if he was on autopilot. He simply killed and killed and killed. The bay was filled with Covenant forces. A dropship had deployed fresh troops into the bay and bugged out. A pair of amped up elites patrolled near the Banshee at the base of the bay. All the possibilities raced through his weary mind. What if that particular machine was in for repairs? What if an elite took over the shade and gunned him down? What if some bright light decided to close the outer doors? But none of those fears were realised as the aircraft came to life, turned toward the planet that hung outside the bay doors, and raced into the night. Energy beams followed and tried to bring the Banshee down, but ultimately fell short. They were free once more. Section 6, The Maw. Chapter 12, D plus 76, 1856. Spartan 117 mission clock. Commandeered Banshee on approach to the Pillar of Autumn. Right, so here we go. Final chapter. Okay. Here we go. The Banshee screamed through a narrow valley and out over an arid wasteland. The assault ship's shadow raced ahead as if eager to reach the Pillar of Autumn first. The Master Chief felt the slipstream fold in behind the aircraft's nose and tug at his armour.
It felt good to be out of twisting corridors and cramped compartments, if only for a short while. The first sign of the ship's presence on the ring-world's surface was the 100-metre deep trench the Autumn's hull had carved into Halo skin. It started where the cruiser had first touched down, vanished where the vessel had bounced into the air, and reappeared a half-click farther on. From there, the depression ran straight as an arrow, to the point where the starship had finally come to rest with its blunt bow protruding out over the edge of a massive cliff. There were other aircraft in the area as well, all of which belonged to the Covenant, and they had no reason to suspect the incoming Banshee, not yet at any rate. The Spartan, who was eager to make his approach look normal, chose one of the many empty lifeboat bays that lined the starship's starboard side and bored in. Unfortunately, the engine cut out at the last moment. The Banshee hit the Autumn's hull, and although the Spartan was able to bail out, the alien fighter fell to the rocks below. Not the low visibility arrival he had hoped for. Still, given Cortana's plans for the vessel, his presence wouldn't remain secret for long anyway. "We need to get to the bridge," Cortana said. "From there we can use the captain's neural implants to initiate an overload of the system's fusion engines. The explosion should damage enough systems to blow it to destroy the ring." "Shouldn't be a problem," the chief commented as he made his way toward the tiny airlock. "I don't know who's better at blowing things up, you or me." The moment he stepped outside, he saw a cluster of red dots appear in his motion detector and knew some nasties were lurking off to his left. The only question was, which hostiles did he face, the Covenant or the Flood? Given a choice, he'd take the Covenant. Maybe, just maybe, the Flood hadn't located the ship yet. The passageway ended to the right, which meant he had little choice but to turn left. But rather than run into the Covenant or the Flood, the Spartan came under attack from a flock of sentinels. "Uh-oh," Cortana said as the non-com opened fire. "It looks like the monitor knows where we are." "I wonder if he knows what we're up to," the chief mused. A robot exploded, another hit the deck with a loud clang, and the Master Chief shifted fire to a third. "Yeah, he's after my head, but it's you that he really wants." The AI made no reply as the third machine exploded, and the chief made his way down the hall, using the lifeboat bays for cover. 2 additional sentinels appeared, were blown out of the air, and turned into scrap. Soon after, they arrived at the end of the corridor, took a right, and spotted an open maintenance hatch. Not ideal, since he didn't relish the thought of having to negotiate such tight quarters, but there didn't seem to be any other choice. So he ducked inside, found himself in a maze, and bluttered about for a while before spotting a hatch set flush into the deck in front of him. That's when a group of infection forms swarmed up out of the hole, and the chief's question was answered. It appeared that the Flood had located the Autumn and already taken up residence there. He swore under his breath, backed away, and hosed the Flood with bullets. He eased forward and looked down through the floor hatch. He saw a carrier form and knew there were bound to be more. He dropped a plasma grenade down through the hole, backed away, and took a certain amount of pleasure in the ensuing explosion. The maintenance tunnels didn't seem to be taking him where he needed to go, so he dropped through the hole, crushed a handful of infection forms, and shot 2 more. The blood-splattered corridor was messy but well lit. He pried open the wall-mounted locker and was pleased to find 4 frag grenades and spare ammo. He quickly stowed them and moved on. 2 sentinels nosed around the corner, opened fire with their lasers, and got what they deserved. "They might have been looking for us," Cortana observed, "but it's my guess that they were assigned to Flood control."
The theory made sense, but didn't really help much, as the Master Chief was forced to fight the Sentinels, the Flood, and the Covenant, while he made his way through a series of passageways and into the ship's heavily damaged mess, where a large contingent of elites and grunts were waiting to have him for lunch. There were a lot of them, too many to handle with the assault weapon alone, so he served up a couple of grenades. One of the elites was blown to pieces by the overlapping explosions, another lost a leg, and a grunt was thrown halfway across the room. They'd come full circle. He'd blasted Covenant troops apart before the crash landing, and here he was again. The enemy just didn't learn, he thought. There was a survivor, however, a tough elite who threw a plasma grenade of his own and missed by a matter of centimetres. The Master Chief ran and was clear of the blast zone by the time the device went off. The elite charged, took the better part of a full clip, and finally slammed into the deck dead. It was a short distance to the burned out bridge, where a Covenant security team was on duty. Word had been passed. They knew the human was on his way and opened fire the moment they saw him. Right. I think I need a wee drink here. Ay, ay, ay. Right. It was a short distance to the burned out bridge, where a Covenant security team was on duty. Word had been passed. They knew the human was on his way and opened fire the moment they saw him. Once again, the Spartan made use of a grenade to even the odds. Then crushed the head of an elite that was with his fist. The alien's head was turned to pulp and its body collapsed like a puppet with no strings. The armour gave him enough strength to flip a warthog over. Then, just when he thought the battle was done, a grunt shot him in the back. The audible went off as his armour sought to recharge itself. A second shot, delivered with sufficient speed, would kill him. Time seemed to slow as the Master Chief turned toward his right. The grunt, who had been hiding inside an equipment cabinet,
froze as the armoured alien not only survived what should have been a fatal shot, but turned to face him. They were only an arm's length away from each other, which meant that the Master Chief could reach out, rip the breather off his assailant's face, and close the door on him. There was a loud click, followed by wild hammering, as the Chief made his way forward to the spot where Captain Keyes had issued his orders. Cortana appeared over the control panel in front of him. Everywhere the AI looked, she saw burnt out equipment, blood-stained decks, and smashed viewports. She shook her head sadly. I leave home for a few days and look what happens. Cortana brought a hand up to her semi-transparent forehead. This won't take long. There, that should give us enough time to make it to the lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before detonation. The next voice the Chief heard belonged to 343 Guilty Spark. I'm afraid that's out of the question. Cortana groaned. Oh hell. The Chief brought his weapon up, but saw no sign of the monitor or his sentinels. That didn't prevent the construct from babbling in his ears, though. The AI had tapped into his comm system. Ridiculous! That you would imbue your warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge. Wouldn't you worry that it might be captured or destroyed? Cortana frowned. He's in my data arrays, a local tap. Though nowhere near the bridge, the monitor was on board and flitted from one control panel to the next, sucking information out of Cortana's non-sentient sub-processors with the ease of someone vacuuming a set of drapes. You can't imagine how exciting this is, to have a record of all our lost time. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record, I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words. He stopped the self-destruct sequence, Cortana warned. Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? Spark demanded. You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavour to make your death relatively painless. And the rest of 343 Guilty Spark's words were chopped off as if someone had thrown a switch. At least I still have control over the comm channels, Cortana said. Where is he? The Chief asked. I'm detecting taps throughout the ship, Cortana replied. Sentience most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do. The Spartan stared at the hologram in surprise. How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine shields? Not much, Cortana replied. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why? He produced a grenade, tossed the device into the air, and caught it again. The AI's eyes widened, and she nodded. Okay, let's go. The Spartan turned and started to leave. Chief, Cortana said. Sentinels. In unison, the machines attacked. Major Silva stood at what amounted to parade rest, feet spread, hands clasped behind his back, as he looked over the landing pads while the men and women under his command made final preparations for the assault on the Covenant ship Truth and Reconciliation. 15 Banshees, all scrounged from different sites across Halo's embattled surface, sat waiting for the order to launch. Pelicans, 3 of the 4 that the humans had left, squatted ramps down as heavily loaded Marines filed aboard. Each of the surviving 236 leathernecks was armed with weapons appropriate to the mission at hand. No long-range stuff like rocket launchers or sniper rifles, just assault weapons, shotguns and grenades, all of which were lethal within enclosed spaces and would be effective against both the Covenant and the Flood. Naval personnel, and there were 76 of them, were armed with Covenant plasma rifles and pistols, which, thanks to their light weight and the fact that there was no need to tote additional ammo, left the Swabbies free to carry tools, food and medical supplies. They had orders to avoid combat if possible and concentrate on running the ship. Some, a group of 16 individuals, had skills considered to be so critical that each one had been given 2 Marine bodyguards. Assuming that Cortana and the Master Chief were able to complete their mission, they would take one of the Autumn's remaining lifeboats and rendezvous with the Truth and Reconciliation out in space. Annoying though she sometimes was, the officer knew Cortana would be able to pilot the alien vessel and get them home. Failing that, Silva hoped that Wellesley, with the help from the naval personnel, would be able to take the cruiser through slip space and back to Earth, an event he had already planned for, right down to what he would wear, and a short but moving speech for the media. As if summoned by his thoughts, Wellesley chose that moment to intrude on the officer's reverie. The AI who rode in an armoured matrix slung from Silva's shoulder was characteristically unapologetic. Lieutenant McKay called in, "Major, Force 1 is in place." Silva nodded, remembered that Wellesley couldn't actually see him, and said, "Good. Now if they can lay low for the next couple of hours, we'll be in good shape." "I have every confidence in the lieutenant," the AI replied plainly. The implication was obvious. While Wellesley had faith in McKay, the AI had concerns where the lieutenant's superior was concerned. Silva sighed. Had the artificial intelligence been human, the officer would have put him in his place long ago. But Wellesley wasn't human, couldn't be manipulated in the same fashion that flesh and blood subordinates could, and like the human on whom he had modelled himself, tended to speak his mind. "All right," the Major said reluctantly. "What's the problem?" "The problem," Wellesley began, "is the flood. If the plan is successful and we manage to take the Truth and Reconciliation, there will almost certainly be flood forms on board. In fact, based on what Cortana and I have been able to piece together, that's the only reason the vessel remains where it is. All of the necessary repairs have been made, and Covenant forces are trying to sterilise the ship's interior prior to lifting off." "Which answers your question," Silva said, struggling to contain his impatience. "By the time we take over, most of the flood will be dead. Once underway, I will dispatch hunter-killer teams to find the survivors, with the exception of a few specimens which I will place under heavy guard. The rest will be ejected into space. There, are you satisfied?" "No," Wellesley replied firmly. "Were a carrier formed to establish on the Earth's surface, the entire planet could fall. This threat is as dangerous as, if not more so, than the Covenant. Cortana and I agree. No flood form can be allowed to leave this system." Silva took a quick look around to make sure no one was close enough to hear him, and let the anger enter his voice. "Both you and Cortana have a tendency to forget one very important fact. I'm in command here, and you're not, and I defy you to find anywhere in my orders that identifies a threat to Earth bigger than the goddamn Covenant. Your role is to provide advice, mine is to make decisions. It's my belief that we could find better ways to combat the flood if our scientists had live specimens with which to work. More than that, our people need to see this new enemy, know how dangerous they are, and believe that they can be conquered." Wellesley considered taking the debate one step further by pointing out that Silva's ambitions might well have clouded his judgment, but knew it would be a waste of time. "That's your final decision?" "Yes, it is." "Then God help you," the AI replied gravely, "because if your plan fails, no one else will have the power to do so." The compartment, a space untouched by the fighting, had once served as a ready room for the ship's longsword, Pelican and shuttle pilots. Now, with no modifications other than the installation of some crude sleeping accommodations, a back table with some food on it, and crates of supplies, the room functioned as an unofficial headquarters for Covenant forces stationed aboard the Pillar of Autumn. The command staff, or what was left of it, sat slumped in the uncomfortably alien chairs, many too tired to move, and stared up at their leader. His name was Anthony,
and he was confused, frustrated, and secretly frightened. The situation aboard the Autumn had deteriorated dramatically. In spite of all the efforts to stop them, flood forms continued to trickle into the ship. The disgusting filth had even managed to seize control of the ship's engineering spaces before a new enemy, one which was inimical to Covenant and flood form alike, sent an army of flying robots into the ship and took control of the engine room. Now, as if to prove that Antony was truly cursed, still another threat had arrived on the scene, and he was reluctant to share the news with the already exhausted elites arrayed in front of him. So Antony began lamely, "It seems that a human crashed a Banshee into the side of the ship and is now on board." A veteran named Casimir frowned. "A human? As in a single human? With respect, Excellency, one human, more or less, will hardly make a difference." Antony swallowed. "Yes, well, normally I would agree with you, except that this human is somewhat unusual. First, because he wears special armor. Second, because it appears that he's on some sort of mission. And third, because he single-handedly killed every member of Security Team 3, which had responsibility for the command and control deck." Unnoticed by those in front of him, the seemingly lethargic officer known as Huki Umami started to look interested. He sat up straighter and began to pay close attention. Having chosen a seat in the last row, Samami found it difficult to hear. The discussion continued. "One human accomplished all that?" Casimir demanded incredulously. "That hardly seems possible." "Yes," Antony agreed, "but he did. Not only that, but having accomplished whatever he entered the control area to do, he left and is somewhere else on board this ship." The elite scanned the faces in front of him. Who has the skill and courage required to find the alien and kill him? The response came with gratifying speed. "I do," Zamami said, now on his feet. Antony peered into the harsh human lights. "Who is that?" "Umimi," the elite lied. "Ah, yes," Antony replied gratefully. "A commando, just the sort of person we need to rid ourselves of this two-legged vermin. The mission is yours. Keep me informed." Now turning our attention to these new airborne mechanisms. Later, as the meeting ended, Casimir went looking for the volunteer, fully intending to compliment the young officer on his initiative. But like the human the elite was supposed to find, the elite officer had disappeared. Having fought his way clear of the bridge, the Master Chief made his way through a series of passageways, ran into more flood, and gunned them down. Cortana figured that they could access the engine room via the cryo chamber, and that was where the chief was headed. The problem was that he kept running into jammed hatches, locked doors, and other obstacles that kept him from taking a direct route. After he moved through a large, dark room strewn with weapons, the chief heard the sounds of combat coming from the area beyond a closed hatch. He paused, heard the noises die away, and slipped out into the corridor. Bodies lay all about as he slid along a bulkhead, saw some spikes sticking up over a cargo module, and felt his blood run cold. A hunter, or more accurately, two hunters, since they travelled in pairs. Lacking a rocket launcher, the chief turned the only heavy-duty firepower that he had: grenades. He threw 2 grenades in quick succession, saw the spined behemoth go down, and heard a roar of outrage as the second hunter charged. The Spartan fired just to slow the alien down, back through the hatch, and gave thanks as the door closed. That gave him 2 or 3 seconds that he needed to plant his feet, pull another grenade, and prepare to throw it. The hatch opened, the fragmentation grenade flew straight and true, and the explosion knocked the beast off its feet. The deck shook as the body hit. The hunter attempted to rise, but fell under a hail of armor-piercing bullets. The Master Chief gave the corpse a wide berth as he left the room,
and passed back into the hull. As he made his way through the ship's quarters, he saw blood-splattered bulkheads, bodies sprawled in every imaginable posture of death, blown hatches, sparks flying out of junction boxes, and a series of small fires, which, thanks to a lack of combustible material, seemed to be fairly well contained. He heard the sound of automatic weapons fire somewhere ahead and passed through another hatch. Inside, a fire burned at the point where two large pipes traversed a maintenance bay. He was close to the cryo chamber, or thought he was, but needed to find a way in. Hesitant to jump through the flames unless it was absolutely necessary, he took a right turn instead. The sounds of combat drew louder as the hatch opened onto a large room where a full array of flood forms were battling a clutch of sentinels. He paused, shouldered his weapon, and fired. Sentinels crashed, carrier forms exploded, and everyone fired at one another in a mad melee of crisscrossing energy beams, 7.62mm projectiles, and exploding needles. Once the robots had been put out of action and most of the flood had been neutralized, the chief was able to cross the middle of the room, climb a ladder, and gain the catwalk above. From the vantage point, he could look across into the maintenance control room where a couple of sentinels were hard at work trying to zap a group of flood, none of whom were willing to be toasted without putting up a fight. The combatants were too busy to worry about stray humans, however, and the non-com took advantage of that to work his way down the walkway and into the control room, and that, as he soon learned, was a big mistake. It wasn't too bad at first, or didn't seem to be, as he destroyed both of the sentinels and went to work on the flood, but every time he put one form down, it seemed as if two more arrived to take its place, soon forcing him onto the defensive. He retreated into the antechamber adjacent to the control room. The human had little choice but to place his back against a locked hatch. The larger forms came in twos and threes, while the infection forms came in swarms. Some of the assaults seemed to be random, but many appeared to be coordinated, as one or two or three combat forms would hurl themselves forward, die under the assault weapon's thundering fire, and fall just as the Spartan ran out of ammo. And more carrier forms waddled into the fray. He slung his AR, drew the shotgun, briefly hoping there would be a lull during which to reload, and opened fire on the bloated monstrosities before the force exerted by their exploding bodies could do him harm. Then, with newly spawned infection forms flying in every direction, it was cleanup time, followed by a desperate effort to reload both weapons before the next wave of creatures attempted to roll over him. He dropped into a pattern of fire and movement. He made his way through the ship, closer to the engineering spaces, pausing only to pour fire into knots of targets of opportunity. Then he quickly disengaged, reloaded, and ran farther into the ship. The noise generated by his own weapons hammered at the Master Chief's ears. The thick gagging odour of blood clogged his throat, and his mind eventually grew numb from all the killing. After dispatching a Covenant combat team, he crouched behind the support strut and fed rounds into the shotgun. Without warning, a combat form leaped onto his back and smashed a large wrench in his helmet. His shield dropped away from the force of the blow, which allowed an infection form to land on his visor. Even as he staggered under the impact and pawed at the form's slick body, a penetrator punched its way through his neck seal, located his bare skin, and sliced it open. The Spartan gave a cry of pain, felt the tentacle slide down toward his spine, and knew it was over. Though unable to pick up a weapon and kill the infection form directly, Cortana had other resources and rushed to use them. Careful not to drain too much power, the AI diverted some energy away from the Mjolnir armor and made use of it to create an electrical discharge. The infection form started to vibrate as the electricity coursed through it. The chief jerked as the flood form's penetrator delivered a shock to his nervous system, and the pod popped, misting the Spartan's visor with green blood spray. The chief would see well enough to fight, however, and did so, killing the wrench-wielding combat form with a burst of bullets. Sorry about that, Cortana said as the Spartan cleared the area around him, but I couldn't think of anything else to do. You did fine, he replied, pausing to reload. That was close. Another 2 or 3 minutes passed before the flood gave up and he could take the moment necessary to remove his helmet, jerk the penetrator out from under his skin, and slap a self-adhering antiseptic bottle dressing over the wound. It hurt like hell. The Spartan winced as he lowered the helmet back over his head and sealed his suit. Then, pausing only to kill a couple of stray infection forms and still looking for a way to gain entry to the cryo chamber, the chief made his way through a number of passageways into a maze of maintenance tunnels and out into a corridor where he spotted a red arrow on the deck with the word engineering. Finally, a brick. No longer concerned with finding a way into cryo, the non-com passed through a hatch and entered the first passageway he had seen that was well lit, free of bloodstains and not littered with corpses. A series of turns brought him to a hatch. Engine room located, Cortana announced. We're here. The Spartan heard humming and knew that 343 Guilty Spark was somewhere in the vicinity. He had already started to back through the hatch when Cortana said, Alert, the monitor has disabled all command access. We can't restart the countdown. The only remaining option will be to detonate the ship's fusion reactors. That should do enough damage to destroy Halo. Don't worry, I have access to all of the reactor schematics and procedures. I'll walk you through it. First, we need to pull back the exhaust coupling. That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive core. Oh, good, the Spartan replied. I was afraid it might be complicated. The chief reopened the hatch, stepped out into the engine room, and an infection form flew straight at his faceplate. The attack on the Truth and Reconciliation came with mind-numbing speed as a wing of 15 Banshees came screaming out of the sun, attacked the nearly identical number of Covenant aircraft assigned to fly cover over the cruiser, and knocked half of them out of the sky during the first 60 seconds of combat. Then, even as individual dogfights continued, Lieutenant Cookie Peterson and his fellow Pelican pilots delivered Silva, Wellesley, and 45 heavily armed Marines into the enemy cruiser's shuttle bay, where the first leathernecks off the ramps smothered the Covenant security team in a hail of bullets, secured all the hatches, and sent a team of 15 hell jumpers racing for the ship's control room. Conscious of the fact that occupying the control room wouldn't mean much unless they owned engineering as well, the humans launched a nearly simultaneous ground attack. Thanks to the previous effort in which the Master Chief and a group of Marines had entered the ship looking for Captain Keyes, McKay had the benefit of everything learned during that mission, including a detailed description of the gravity lift, video of the interior quarters, and operational data which Cortana had siphoned out of the ship's systems. Not too surprisingly, security around the gravity lift had been tripled since the previous incursion, which meant that even though McKay and her force of hell jumpers had been able to creep within meters of the hill on which the gravity field was focused, they still had 6 hunters, 12 elites, and a mixed bag of grunts and jackals to cope with before they could board the vessel above. Having anticipated that problem, McKay had equipped her 15-person team with 8 rocket launchers, all of which were aimed squarely at the hunters. The Covenant-flown Banshees had just come under attack, and the spine monsters were staring up into a nearly cloudless sky when McKay gave the word, now. All 8 launchers fired 1, then 2 rockets, pulling a total of 16 of the shaped charges onto the aliens, so that the hunters never had a chance to fight, as a series of red-orange explosions blew them apart. Even as gobbets of raw meat continued to rain out of the sky, the launchers were reloaded and another flight of rockets was sent on its way. 3 or 4 of the elites had been killed during the initial attack, which meant that some of the survivors were targeted by as many as 2 missiles and simply ceased to exist as the powerful 102mm rounds detonated. Those who survived the volley, and there weren't many, fell quickly as the rest of the team hurled grenades into the enemy positions and hosed them with automatic fire. Total elapsed time 36 seconds. A full minute was consumed racing up the hill and greasing the guard at the top, which meant that 1:36 had passed by the time the murderous humans appeared inside the Truth and Reconciliation, slaughtered the grunts on guard duty, and deactivated the lift. Jenkins was chained between a pair of burly Marines. McKay waved the trio forward. "Let's go, Marines. We're supposed to take the engine room, so let's get to work." Jenkins, or what remained of Jenkins, could smell the flood. They were there, hiding in the ship, and he struggled to tell McKay that, but the only thing that came out was a series of grunts and hoots. The humans had taken the ship, but they had taken something else as well, something that could kill every single one of them. Zamami ushered Yayap into the heavily guarded Covenant Communication Center and gave the grunt a moment to look around. The space had once housed all of the communications gear associated with the Pillar of Autumn's auxiliary fighters, shuttles, and transports. Human gear had been ripped out to make room for Covenant equipment, but everything else was pretty much in the same configuration. A team of 6 comm techs were on duty, all with their backs to the centre of the room, banks of equipment arrayed in front of them. A constant murmur of conversation could be heard via the overhead speakers, some of which was punctuated by the sounds of combat as orders went out and reports came back in. "This is where you will sit," the elite explained, pointing toward a vacant chair. "All you have to do is listen to the incoming traffic, make note of the reports that pertain to the human, and pass the information along to me by radio. He has an objective, we can be sure of that, and once we know where he's going, I'll be there to greet him. I know you would prefer to be in on the kill, but you're the only individual I can trust to handle my communications, so I hope you'll understand." Yayap, who didn't want to be anywhere near the kill, tried to look downcast. "I'll do my part, Excellency, and take pleasure in the team's success." "That's the spirit," Zamami said encouragingly. "I knew I could count on you. Now sit down at the console, put on that headset, and get ready to take some notes. We know he left what the humans refer to as the bridge, fought a battle near the maintenance control room, and was last spotted heading toward the engine room. We don't have any personnel in that compartment at the moment, but that doesn't matter, because the real challenge is to figure out where he's headed next. You feed the information to me, I'll take my combat team to the right place, and the human will enter the trap. The rest will be easy." Yayap remembered previous encounters with the human, felt a chill run down his spine, and took his seat. Something told him that when it came to a final confrontation between the elite and the human, it might be many things, but it wouldn't be easy. The engine room hatch opened. An infection form went for the Master Chief's face, and he fired a quarter of a clip in it. A lot more bullets than the target required, but the memory of how the penetrator had slipped in under the surface of his skin was still fresh in his mind, and he wasn't about to allow any of the pods near his face again, especially with a hole in his neck seal. A red nav indicator pointed the way toward a ramp at the far end of the enormous room. He pounded his way up onto a raised platform, ran past banks of controls, and ducked through the hatch that led up to level 2. He followed a passageway out into an open area, then up the ramp to level 3. Near the top, a pair of combat forms fell to his well-placed fire. He policed the fallen creature's ammo and grenades and kept going. Not acceptable, Reclaimer, the 343 guilty spark intoned. You must surrender the construct. The chief ignored the monitor, made his way up to level 3, and encountered a reception party comprised of a flood. He opened fire, took 2 combat forms and a carrier down off the top, and backed away in order to reload. Then, with a fresh clip in place, he opened fire, cut the nearest form off at the knees, tossed a grenade into the crowd behind him. The frag detonated and blew them to hell. Quick bursts of automatic fire were sufficient to finish the survivors and allow the Master Chief to reach the far end of the passageway. A group of forms were waiting there to greet him, but quickly gave way to a determined assault as he made his way up the blood-slicked steel and through the hatch of the top of the ramp. He moved on to the level 3 catwalk and immediately started to take fire. There was total chaos as the sentinels fired on the flood. The flood shot back and everyone seemed to want a piece of him. It was important to concentrate, however, to focus on his mission, so the Spartan made a mad dash for the nearest control panel. He hit the control labelled open, heard a beeper go off, followed by the sound of Cortana's voice. Good, step 1 complete. We have a straight shot into the fusion reactor. We need a catalytic explosion to destabilize the magnetic containment field surrounding the fusion cell. Oh, the petty officer said as he jumped down onto a thick slab of duracrete and felt it start to move. I thought I was supposed to throw a grenade into a hole. That's what I said. The chief grinned as a brightly lit rectangular slot appeared, and he tossed a grenade in through the opening. The ensuing explosion threw bits of charred metal around the smoke-filled compartment. 1 down, 3 to go, the Spartan told himself as the sentinels fired and the laser beams hit his chest. Thanks to the lightning-fast and extremely well-coordinated nature of the attack, the humans controlled more than 80% of the Truth and Reconciliation and were preparing to lift off. Those compartments, not under human control, could be dealt with later on. There hadn't been any contact with Cortana for a while, and Silva intended to play it safe. If Halo was about to blow, he wanted to be far away when the event took place. The cruiser's control room was a scene of frantic activity as Wellesley wrestled with the ship's non-sentient nav comp. Naval personnel struggled to familiarize themselves with all manner of alien control systems, and Silva gloated over his latest coup. The attack had been so fast, so successful, that his hell jumpers had captured a being who referred to himself as a prophet and claimed to be an important member of the Covenant's ruling class. Now safely locked away, the alien was slated to become yet another element in Silva's triumphant return to Earth. The officer smiled as the ship's gravity locks were released. The hull swayed slightly in response, and the final pre-flight check began. Many decks below, McKay felt someone touch her arm. Lieutenant, do you have a moment? Though not in the same chain of command, Lieutenant Commander Gail Purdy outranked the hell jumper, which was why McKay responded by saying, "Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?" Purdy was an engineering officer and one of those 16 individuals who raided bodyguards, both of whom had their backs to the officer and were facing out. She was middle-aged and stout, with ginger-coloured hair. Her eyes were serious and locked with McKay's. "Step over here. I'd like to show you something." McKay followed the other officer over to a large tube that served to bridge the 1 metre gap between one blocky looking installation and the next. Jenkins, who had no choice but to go wherever his marine guards went, was forced to follow. "See that?" the naval officer inquired, pointing at the tube. "Yes, ma'am," McKay answered, mystified as to what such a structure could possibly have to do with her. "That's an access point for the fibre optic pathway that links the control room to the engines," the engineer explained. "If someone were to sever that connection, the power plants would run wild. There may be a bypass somewhere, but we haven't found it. Given the fact that 20% of the ship remains under Covenant control, I suggest that you post a guard on this piece of equipment until all of the Covenant are under lock and key." Purdy's suggestion had the force of an order, and McKay said, "Yes, ma'am, I'll take care of it." The naval officer nodded as the deck tilted and forced both women to grab onto the fibre channel. 2 people were thrown to the deck. Purdy grinned. "Pretty sloppy, huh? Captain Keyes would have a fit." Silva wasn't worried about the finer points of ship handling as the final loads of UNSC personnel were deposited in the shuttle bay. The Pelicans were secured, the outer doors were closed, and the Truth and Reconciliation struggled to break the grip that Halo had on her hull. No, Silva was satisfied merely to get clear of the surface, to feel the deck vibrate as the cruiser's engines struggled to push countless tons of deadweight up through the ring world's gravity well to the point where the ship would break free. Spurred into action by the vibration, or perhaps just tired of waiting, the Flood chose that moment to attack the engine room. A vent popped open, an avalanche of infection forms poured out and came under immediate fire. Jenkins went berserk and jerked on his chains, gibbering incoherently as the Marine Guards struggled to bring him under control. The battle lasted for less than a minute before all of the Flood forms were killed. The vent was sealed and the cover welded into place. But the attack served to illustrate the concerns that McKay already had. The Flood were like an extremely deadly virus, and it was naive to believe that they could be controlled by anything short of extermination. The Marine used her status as XO to get through to Silva, give a report on the attack, and finished by saying, "It's clear that the ship is still infected, sir. I suggest that we put down and sterilize every square centimetre prior to lifting again." "Negative," Lieutenant Silva replied grimly. "I have reason to believe that Halo is going to blow, and soon. Besides, I want some specimens, so see what you can do to capture some of the ugly bastards." "The lieutenant is correct," Wellesley put in dispassionately. "The risk is too great. I urge you to reconsider." "My decision is final," Silva growled. "Now return to your duties, and that's an order." McKay broke the connection. The military incorporated many virtues in her mind at least, one of the most important of which was duty. Duty not to the Corps, but to the billions of people on Earth to whom she was ultimately responsible. Now faced with the conflict between military discipline, the glue that held everything together, and duty, the purpose of it all, what was she supposed to do? The answer, strangely enough, came from Jenkins, who, having been privy to her end of the conversation, jerked at his chain. The action took one of the guards by surprise. He fell as Jenkins lunged in the direction of the fibre optic connection and was still trying to regain his feet when the combat form ran out of slack and came up short. Seconds later, the Marines had Jenkins back under control. Having failed to do what he knew was right, and with his chains stretched tight, Jenkins looked imploringly into McKay's eyes. McKay realised that the decision lay in her hands, and that although it was horrible, almost beyond comprehension, it was simple as well. So simple that even the grotesquely ravaged Jenkins knew where his duty lay. Slowly, deliberately, the Marine crossed the deck to the point where the guard stood, told them to take a break, took one last look around and triggered a grenade. Jenkins, still unable to speak, managed to mouth the words, "Thank you." Silva was too many decks removed to feel the explosion or to hear the muffled thump, but was able to witness the results firsthand. Someone yelled, "The controls are gone." The deck tilted as the Truth and Reconciliation did a nose over, and Wellesley made one last comment. "You taught her well, Major. Of that you can be proud." Then the bow struck. A series of explosions rippled the length of the hull, and the ship, as well as all of those aboard her, ceased to exist. "You're sure?" Zamami demanded, his voice slightly distorted by both the radio and an increasing amount of static. Yap wasn't sure of anything other than the fact that the reports flowing in around him were increasingly negative as Covenant forces came under heavy fire from both the Flood and the Sentinels. Something had caused a rock to form down in the grunt's abdomen and made him feel slightly nauseated. But it would never do to say that, not to someone like Zamami, so he lied instead. "Yes, Excellency, based on the reports and looking at the schematics here in the communications center, it looks like the human will have little choice but to exit via hatch E117, make his way to lift V1269 and go up a Class 7 service corridor that runs along the ship's spine." "Good work, Yap," the elite said. "We're on our way." For reasons he wasn't entirely sure of, and in spite of his many feelings, the grunt felt a strange sense of affection for the elite. "Be careful, Excellency. The human is extremely dangerous." "Don't worry," Zamami replied. "I have a surprise for our adversary. A little something that will even the odds. I'll call you the moment he's dead." Yap said, "Yes, Excellency," heard a click, and knew it was the last time he would hear the officer's voice. Not because he believed that Zamami was going to die, but because he believed all of them were about to die. That's why the diminutive alien announced that he was going on a break, left the communications center, and never came back. Shortly thereafter, he loaded a day's worth of food, plus a tank of methane, onto a Ghost, steered the vehicle out away from the Pillar of Autumn, and immediately found what he was searching for, a sense of peace. For the first time in many, many days, Yap was happy. As the final grenade went off, the Master Chief felt the shaft he was standing on shake in sympathy, and Cortana yelled into his ears, "That did it. The engines will go critical. We have 15 minutes to get off the ship. We should move outside and get to the third deck elevator. It will take us to a Class 7 service corridor that runs the length of the ship. Hurry." The chief jumped up onto the level 3 platform, blasted a combat form, and turned toward the hatch off to his right. It opened. He passed through and ran the length of the passageway. A second door opened onto the area directly in front of the large service elevator. The chief heard machinery whir, figured he had triggered a sensor, and waited for the lift to arrive. For the first time in hours, there was no immediate threat, no imminent danger, and the Spartan allowed himself to relax fractionally. It was a mistake. "Chief," Cortana said, "get back." Thanks to the warning, he was already backing through the hatch when the lift appeared from below, and the elite, seated in the plasma turret, opened fire. Special Ops Officer Azuka Zamami fired the shade. The energy cannon took up most of the platform, leaving barely enough room for the grunts who had helped the elite wrestle the weapon aboard. The bolt flared blue, hit the hatch as it started to close, and slagged half the door. He felt elation as the waves of energy slashed through the air toward his target. Soon victory would be complete, and his honour would be restored. Then he'd deal with the tiresome grunt Yap. It was going to be a glorious day. "Damn," the chief exclaimed. "Where did that come from?" "It looks like someone has been tracking you," Cortana said grimly. "Now get ready. I'll take control of the elevator and cause it to drop. You'll roll a couple of grenades into the shaft." Zamami saw the energy bolt hit the hatch. experienced a sense of exhilaration as the human hurried to escape and felt the platform jerk to a halt. The elite had just fired again, just blown what remained of the human's cover away, when he heard a clank and the lift started to descend. No, he shouted, sure that one of the grunts was responsible for the sudden movement and desperate lest the human escape his clutches. But it was too late, and there was nothing the smaller aliens could do as the elevator continued to fall. Then, even as his target vanished from sight and Zamami reeled at his subordinates, a couple of grenades tumbled down from above, rattled around the floor, and exploded. The force of the blast lifted the elite up and out of his seat, gave him one last look at his opponent, and let him fall. He hit with a thud, felt something snap, and waited for his first glimpse of paradise. Cortana brought the lift back up. The Master Chief had little choice but to step onto the gore-splattered platform and let it carry him toward the service corridor above. Cortana took advantage of the moment to work on the escape plan. Cortana to Echo 419. Come in, Echo 419. Roger, Cortana, Fohammer said from somewhere above. I read you 5 by 5. The Master Chief felt a series of explosions shake the elevator, knew the ship was starting to come apart, and looked forward to the moment when he would be free of it. The Pillar of Autumn's engines are going critical, Fohammer, Cortana continued. Request immediate extraction. Be ready to pick us up at external access junction 4C as soon as you get my signal. Affirmative. Echo 419 to Cortana. Things are getting noisy down there. Is everything okay? The elevator shook again as the AI said, Negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought. Then, as the platform jerked to a halt and a piece of debris fell from somewhere up above, the AI spoke to the Spartan. We have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evacuate now. The explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100 million degrees. Don't be here when it blows. That sounded like excellent advice. The Master Chief ran through a hatch into a bay full of warthogs, each stowed in its own individual slot. He chose one that was located near the entry, jumped into the driver's seat, and was relieved when the vehicle started up. The countdown timer, which Cortana had projected onto the inside surface of his HUD, was not only running, but running fast, or so it seemed to the chief as he drove out of the bay, hooked a left to avoid a burning hog, and ploughed through a mob of Covenant and Flood. An elite went down, was sucked under the big off-road tires, and caused the vehicle to buck as it passed over him. The slope ahead was thick with roly-poly infection forms. They popped like firecrackers as the human accelerated uphill and plasma bolts raced to catch him from behind. Then, cautious lest he make a mistake and lose valuable time, he took his foot off the accelerator and paused at the top of the ramp. A large passageway stretched before him, with walkways to either side, a pedestrian bridge in the distance, and a narrow service tunnel directly ahead. A couple of flood forms were positioned on top of the entrance and fired down at him as he pushed the warthog forward and nosed into the opening ahead. The ramp sloped down. The Spartan braked, and he was soon glad that he had, as something went boom and hurled pieces of jagged metal across the passageway in front of him. The chief took his foot off the brake, converted a carrier form into paste, and sent the LRV up the opposite slope. He emerged from the subsurface tunnel, and with the barrier ahead, he swung left, ran the length of a vertical wall. He saw a narrow ramp, accelerated upslope, and jumped a pair of gaps that he never would have tackled had he been aware of them. He hit a level stretch, braked reflexively, and was thankful when the warthog nosedived off the end of the causeway and plunged into another surface tunnel. Now, with a group of flood ahead, he pushed through them, crushed the monsters under his tires. Nice job on that last section, Cortana said admiringly. How did you know about the dive off? How did you know about the dive off the end? I didn't, the Master Chief said as the LRV lurched up out of the tunnel and nosed into another. Oh. Okay. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, almost over. Oh yeah, so I remembered two more games that I used to have on I think it was the Xbox 360. So I tried to look for them, Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, but um, yeah, uh, they're unavailable to get. But I've added them to the list anyway, and I got them on Steam. So I'll be playing them when I get back to the Xbox games. So yeah, I just got I just got the Xbox Series X in May there, and decided maybe I should take a break from everything else and focus on that before going back to the usual PlayStation and PC games. Um, so after I'm finished reading this book, I'll continue playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, and then once that's finished, I'll continue where I left off in Star Wars The Old Republic, and we'll continue the three characters' stories. Um, we're near the end of the game with the 3 characters, and then we'll do the expansions. And then once Star Wars: The Old Republic is done, I'll go back to the Xbox. At that stage, I'll do so I'll go back to playing Saints Row 2 and finish that. Then I'll do Saints Row 3, Saints Row 4, then Saints Row 4 Get Out of Hell, then the Saints Row remake. I'll do 2 playthroughs of that, one on the Xbox and one on the PS5, and then then after that will be the Fable trilogy, so that should be good. I think there's a new Fable game coming out as well. And then so with each of the Fable games, I may have to do 2 playthroughs, because each one has like a light side ending, and one, I think, because it can be good and it can be evil in each one, so may have to do 2 playthroughs for each one. And then then after Fable is that's when I'll do the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, and then finally will be Starfield. And then once Starfield is done, I'll move back to the current list that I have, so to what I had before I had the Xbox. So after Starfield will be the Mafia trilogy on the PS5. It's the definitive edition, and then I'll continue with the rest that's on the list, which is all on the which you can see the whole list of the games I've done and what I plan to do next in the About section. Okay, so here we go. Only a couple of pages left. This passage was empty, which allowed the Spartan to pick up speed as he guided the Warthog up into a larger tunnel. The hog caught some air, but he put the pedal to the metal in an effort to pick up some time. I apologize, my voice is getting sore from all the reading. The large passageway was smooth and clear, but took them out into a hell of flying metal, homicidal flood, and laser-happy sentinels, all of whom tried to cancel his ticket while he paused, spotted an elevated ramp off to the left, and steered for it, even as crisscrossing energy beams sizzled across the surface of his armour and explored the interior of the vehicle. I have to get more water. The Spartan fought to control the hog as one tire rode up onto the metal curb and threatened to pull the entire vehicle off into the chaos below. It was difficult, with fire sleeting from every possible direction, but the chief made the necessary correction, came down off the ramp, hooked a left, and found himself in a huge tunnel with central support pillars that marched off into the distance. Careful to weave back and forth between the pillars in order to improve his time, he rolled through a fight between the Flood and a group of Covenant, took fire from a flock of sentinels, and gunned the LRV out into another open area with the barrier ahead. A quick glance confirmed that another elevated ramp ran down the left side of the enormous passageway, so he steered for that. Explosions sent gouts of flame and smoke up through the grating ahead of him and threatened to heave the warthog off the track. Once off the ramp, things became a little easier as the Spartan entered a large tunnel, sped the length of it, braked into an open area, and pushed the vehicle down into a smaller service tunnel. Infection forms made loud popping sounds as the tires ate them alive. The engine growled, and the chief nearly lost it as he came out of the tunnel too fast, realised there was another subsurface passageway ahead, and did a nose-over that caused the front wheels not only to hit hard, but nearly flip the hog end for end. Only some last-minute braking and a measure of good luck brought the LRV down right side up and allowed the Master Chief to climb up out of the passageway and into a maze of pillars. He swore as he was forced to wind his way between the obstacles while precious seconds came off the countdown clock, and every alien, freak and robot with a weapon took potshots at him while he did so. Then came a welcome stretch of straight, level pavement, a quick dip through a service tunnel, and a ramp into a sizable tunnel as Cortana called for evac. Cortana to Echo 419, requesting extraction now, on the double. Affirmative, Cortana, the pilot replied as the Master Chief accelerated out on the causeway. Wait, stop, Cortana insisted. This is where Fohammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here. The Spartan braked, heard a snatch of garbled radio static, and saw a UNSC dropship approach from the left. Smoke trailed behind the Pelican, and the reason was plain to see. A Banshee had slotted itself in behind the transport and was trying to hit one of the ship's engines. There was a flash as the starboard power plant took a hit and burst into flames. The chief could imagine Fohammer at the controls, fighting to save her ship, eyeing the causeway ahead. Pull up, the Spartan shouted, hoping he could pancake in, but it was too late. The Pelican lost altitude, passed under the causeway, and soon disappeared from sight. The explosion came 3 seconds later. Cortana said, Echo 419, and receiving no response, said, she's gone. The Master Chief remembered the cheerful voice on the radio, the countless times the pilot had saved somebody's tail, and felt a deep sense of regret. There was a short pause while the AI tapped into what remained of the ship's systems. There was a longsword docked in Launch Bay 7. If we move now, we can make it. Rubber screeched as the chief put his foot to the floor, steered the warthog through a hatch, down a ramp and into a tunnel. The huge pillars marked the centre of the passageway, and a series of concave gratings caused the LRV to wallow before it lurched up onto smooth pavement again. Explosions sent debris flying from both sides of the tunnel and made it difficult to hear Cortana as she said something about full speed and some sort of a gap. He hit the accelerator, but the rest was more a matter of luck rather than skill. The Master Chief pushed the hog up a ramp, felt the bottom drop out of his stomach, and the LRV flew through the air, dropped 2 or 3 levels, hit hard, slewed sideways, and came to a stop. The chief wrestled with the wheel, brought the front end around, and glanced at the timer. It read 01:10:20. He stamped on the accelerator. The warthog shot ahead, raced through a narrow tunnel, then slowed as he spotted the array of horizontally striped barrels that blocked the road ahead. Not only that, but the entire area was swarming with Covenant and Flood. The Master Chiefs jumped out, hit the ground running, and gunned an elite who had the misfortune to get in the way. The fighter was straight ahead, ramped down, waiting for him to come aboard. Plasma bolts stuttered past his head. Explosions hurled debris in every direction, and then he was there, boots pounding on metal as he entered the ship. The ramp came up just as a mob of flood arrived. The longsword shook in sympathy as another explosion rocked the Pillar of Autumn, and the Spartan staggered as he made his way forward. Precious seconds were consumed as he dropped into the pilot seat, brought the engines online, and took the controls. Here we go. The chief made use of the ship's belly jets to push the longsword up off the deck. He turned the fighter counterclockwise and hit the throttles. G-forces pushed him back into his seat as the spacecraft exploded out of its bay and blasted up through the atmosphere. Yayap, who had made it to the edge of the foothills by then, heard a series of dull thuds and turned in time to see a line of red-orange flowers bloom along the length of the Autumn's much-abused hull. As the cruiser's fusion drives went critical, a compact sun blossomed on the surface of Halo. Its thermonuclear sphere carved a 5-kilometer crater into the super-dense ring material and sent powerful pressure waves rippling throughout the structure. Both up and down spin of the explosion, the fireball flattened and sterilized the surface terrain. Within moments, the yellow-white core had consumed all of the available fuel, collapsed upon itself, and winked out. Still spinning, but unable to withstand the forces exerted on this new weak point, the ring structure slowly tore itself apart. Huge chunks of debris tumbled end over end out into space as a 500-kilometer long section of the ring world's hull sliced through an even longer curve of brilliantly engineered metal, earth and water, and produced a cascade of eerily silent explosions. There was an insistent beeping sound as the words "engine temp critical" flashed on the control panel, and Cortana said, "Shut them down, we'll need them later." The Master Chief reached up to flick some switches, got up out of his seat, and arrived in front of the viewport in time to see the last intact piece of Halo's hull sheared in half by the dreadful slow-motion ballet of flying metal. For some reason, he thought of Lieutenant Melissa McKay, her calm green eyes, and the fact that he had never gotten to know her. Did anyone else make it? Scanning, the AI replied. She paused, and he could see scan data scroll across the main terminal. A moment later, she spoke again, her voice unusually quiet. "Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left." The Spartan winced. McKay, Fohammer, Keyes, and all the rest of them dead, just like the children he had been raised with, just like a part of himself. When Cortana spoke, it was as if the AI felt that she had to justify what had transpired. "We did what we had to do for Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the flood. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished." "No," the Chief replied, settling in behind the longsword's controls. "The Covenant are still out there, and Earth is at risk. We're just getting started." The end. Okay. So I'll read the last few pages, which are just advertisements, basically. Check out this official prequel to the explosive Xbox game, Brute Force Betrayals by Dean Weasley Smith. At the dawn of the 24th century, the Confederation of Allied Worlds maintains an uneasy peace among the many races and worlds of its 50 star systems. When trouble erupts, the Confed's most effective weapons, swift, savage, and totally secret, are small teams of elite combat operatives who employ brute force to eliminate potential threats. Teams of deadly fighters like Tex, Flint, and Hawk. They are the rare operatives who have survived countless covert operations in lethal hellholes across Confed space. But when mysterious alien artifacts begin to turn up during routine missions, they realize that the enemy they fight may be more sinister and closer to home than they imagined. This novel is based on a mature rated video game. Xbox, the Xbox logos, Brute Force, and Digital Anvil are registered trademarks or trademarks of Microsoft Corporation in the United States and or other countries and are used under license from Microsoft. Copyright 2002 Microsoft Corporation, all rights reserved. Published by Del Rey Books, available wherever books are sold. Check out the action that took place before the award-winning Xbox game Halo. Halo, The Fall of Reach by Eric Nayland. As the bloody human Covenant war rages on, Halo, the fate of humankind, may rest with one warrior, the lone Spartan survivor of another legendary battle, the desperate techno-prisoners' struggle that led humanity to Halo. Now brought to life for the first time, here is the full story of that glorious doomed conflict. This novel is based on a mature-rated video game. Bungie, Halo, Xbox, and Xbox logos are either registered trademarks or trademarks of Microsoft Corporation in the United States and or other countries, used under license. Copyright 2001, Microsoft Corporation, all rights reserved. Published by Del Rey Books, available wherever books are sold. And don't miss this official tie-in to the thrilling Xbox game Crimson Skies. Crimson Skies, based on the Xbox game Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge. By Eric Nayland, Michael B. Lee, Nancy Berman, and Eric S. Troutman. Welcome to the world of Crimson Skies. The United States is a land torn apart by epidemic and war. With chaos on the ground, America's skies have been forced into the skies, a lawless new frontier where the flying ace, hero, pirate, villain is king. Here are the exciting, danger-packed adventures of three such daredevils. Xbox, the Xbox logos, Microsoft Game Studios logo, and Crimson Skies are registered trademarks or trademarks of Microsoft Corporation in the United States and or other countries and are used under license from Microsoft. Copyright 2002, Microsoft Corporation, all rights reserved. Published by Del Rey Books, available wherever books are sold. William C. Dietz is the author of more than 20 science fiction novels. He grew up in Seattle, in the Seattle area, spent time with the Navy and Marine Corps as a medic, graduated from the University of Washington, lived in Africa for half a year, and has travelled to six continents. Dietz has been variously employed as a surgical technician, college instructor, news writer, and television producer, and currently serves as Director of Public Relations and Marketing for an international telephone company. His novels include Legion of the Damned, Death Day, and his most recent hardcover, Earthrise. He and his wife live in the Seattle area where they enjoy travelling, boating, snorkeling, and, not too surprisingly, reading books. Okay, that's it. That's the end. So this is Halo the Flood by William C. Dietz. So if you enjoyed this book and you would like a copy, just type in Halo the Flood into Google and you should be able to find it online on Amazon or in a local store wherever books are sold. So that's the end of this book, Halo the Flood. Probably won't be doing reading again until I start the Resident Evil series. So when I get round to the Resident Evil series, I plan on playing every single game, but I'll be reading each of the 7 SD Perry books in between the first 4 games. So first 5 games actually, because so it goes so I'll be playing the games in chronological order. So I'll be playing Resident Evil 0 first, then I'll be reading the Resident Evil 0 book after that. So I'll just show them. Okay, so not only am I planning to uh, play the Resident Evil games, but I plan on reading these books, but also watching the movies associated with them. Not the Paul Anderson movies, but the animated movies. So I think there's like 4 or 5 movies. Hold on, I'll get up the. I've typed up the plan here somewhere. Okay, so first of all, I'll be playing Resident Evil 0 on the PS5, and then once that's finished, I will read the Resident Evil 0 R book by S.D. Perry. Before the mansion, before the disaster, evil is born. Sent to investigate a series of grisly murders in Raccoon City, STAR's Bravo team scrambles into action. On the way to the scene, Bravo's helicopter crashes. Although everyone survives, what they discover next is gruesome. An overturned military transport truck riddled with corpses, and that's only the beginning of their nightmare. Bravo team is about to discover the evil that is growing all around them, and rookie member Rebecca Chambers is beginning to wonder what she's gotten herself into. Resident Evil 0R. Okay, so that will be the first Resident Evil book I'll be reading. And then after playing Resident Evil 0, I'll read that book. Then I'll play Resident Evil, the original Resident Evil. I'll try to do 2 streams of it. One as 2 playthroughs. I mean, one as Jill and the other as Chris. Then I'll play Resident Evil again, but this time it'll be the remake remastered. First as Jill, then as Chris, and then after that first game is finished, I'll be reading 2 books. So that will be Resident Evil: The Umbrella Conspiracy by S.D. Perry. Resident Evil: The Umbrella Conspiracy. Enter the world of survival horror. Raccoon City, a remote mountain community suddenly besieged by a rush of grisly murders encroaching upon it from the surrounding forest. Bizarre reports start to spread, describing attacks from vicious creatures, some human, some not. Victims are apparently eaten. At the epicenter of these deaths is a dark, secluded mansion belonging to the mysterious Umbrella Corporation. For years, Umbrella has labored within the mansion, unwatched, ostensibly conducting benign genetic research. Deployed to investigate the strange goings-on is the Special Tactics and Rescue Squad, STARS, an unusual paramilitary response unit boasting an eclectic assortment of mission specialists: roguish Chris Redfield, former cat burglar Jill Valentine, Deadeye Barry Burton, and the enigmatic team leader Albert Wesker. Together with the other STARS operatives, they have good reason to believe they're ready for anything. But what unfolds as the STARS penetrate the mansion's long locked doors is terror beyond their worst nightmares. Creatures that defy the laws of life and death, the result of forbidden experiments gone disastrously wrong. Behind it all is a conspiracy so vast in its scope and so insidious in its agenda that the STARS will be betrayed from within to ensure that the world never learns Umbrella's secret, and if any survive, they may well come to envy those who do not. Yep, so cool. So after I read that one, I'll be starting this one. Resident Evil Caliban Cove. So this follows Rebecca Chambers after the mansion incident. Resident Evil Caliban Cove by S.D. Perry. They knew it wasn't over. After surviving the horror of the Umbrella Corporation's genetic research facility, the remaining members of STARS resolved to battle the evil conspiracy and stop Umbrella's experiments wherever they may be. When rumour comes of another sinister Umbrella experiments, combat medic and biochemist Rebecca Chambers, the sole survivor of Bravo Team, joins a new STARS strike force. Hidden beneath the rocky cliffs of Caliban Cove, Maine, someone is building an army of the undead. Now, STARS must battle more unspeakable horrors and stop a madman from unleashing the biohazard upon the world. An original novel based on the best-selling Resident Evil video game series. So then after I read that book, I'll be playing the original Resident Evil 2 game twice. First as... actually, that has like two things, doesn't it? So I may have to do that one 4 times. So twice as Leon, twice as Claire. And then I play a Resident Evil 2 remake and do that like... twice with Leon, twice with Claire. And then after Resident Evil 2 Remake is finished, I will read 2 more books. So the next book after Resident Evil 2 is Resident Evil City of the Dead by S.D. Perry. Bring on the night. Leon Kennedy, an energetic and eager rookie cop looking forward to starting a new life in Raccoon City, only to find the town strangely deserted, the eerie evening silence broken only by an occasional footstep in the shadows and the faint, unearthly moan of something close by. Claire Redfield, the resourceful but reckless younger sister of Chris Redfield, one of the missing former members of the RPD's Special STARS unit. Claire has come to Raccoon to find Chris at any cost, and to learn what really happened the night her brother's team stormed an isolated mansion deep in Raccoon Forest. But what she uncovers will raise only more questions and put Chris's fate in doubt. For on this night, Raccoon City has become a necropolis. In a secret lab far beneath its once bustling streets, a botched attempt by the Umbrella Corporation to retrieve a devastating mutagenic weapon has resulted in a horrifying viral outbreak, transforming every man, woman and child in the city into one of the living dead, and all of them are hungry. Claire and Leon have one chance to save themselves, get to RPD headquarters and find some means of escape, but others have sought refuge in the precinct as well, and not all of them are on the same side. And then after that one is Resident Evil Underworld by S.D. Perry. Fresh Hell. Despite its vast power, the sinister Umbrella Corporation has begun to lose control of its hidden research facilities. 3 labs have already been destroyed by rogue STARS, former members of the paramilitary response unit Umbrella helped create. Beneath the deserts of the American Southwest, one of the corporation's most elaborate facilities is about to go online. Somewhere inside may also be the key to stopping Umbrella once and for all. If Leon S. Kennedy, Claire Redfield, Rebecca Chambers, and their friends can get past a strike team of corrupt STARS and survive the genetically engineered horrors awaiting them below the sun-scorched earth. an original novel based on the best-selling Resident Evil video game series. So then, after I read that book, will be Resident Evil 3, the original Nemesis, where we'll play as Jill Valentine again. Then after that, I'll play Resident Evil 3 Remake. And then after that will be another book, the Resident Evil Nemesis book. Zombies, mutant animals, bioengineered weapons, and surgically enhanced monsters, secret labs and widespread conspiracies. It seemed impossible, but Jill Valentine and her teammates among the stars had seen it all firsthand when the Umbrella Corporation turned Raccoon City into a staging ground for the most insidious genetic experiments ever conceived. After all she's been through, Valentine is ready to leave that remote mountain community forever. But Umbrella isn't finished with Raccoon City. Too much evidence of their unethical and immoral research still exists. It must be recovered or destroyed, and quickly, before it can be traced back to Umbrella. And with William Birkin's mutagenic virus already spreading through the city like wildfire, drastic measures are needed. Under cover of night, mercenary teams have entered the city, along with something else, Umbrella's failsafe, an evolved version of its tyrant-class killing machines, a lethal creature codenamed Nemesis. Now, Nemesis is on the hunt, and Jill Valentine is about to become prey. So then, after Resident Evil Nemesis by S.D. Perry is finished, after I've read that book, that's when I'll play Resident Evil Code Veronica. And then after I play that game is so fun, Code Veronica. Hopefully if Capcom decide to make a remake of Code Veronica, it won't take away anything from the original game, because that game was brilliant. So after I finish Resident Evil Code Veronica, where we continue as Claire Redfield, I'll be reading the last book by S.D. Perry, Resident Evil Code Veronica. A desperate search for her missing brother once again pits Claire Redfield against the terrifying bioweapons of the Umbrella Corporation. Her quest leads her to a remote island where a mad genius has unleashed every grotesque creature at his disposal to stop her from interfering with his horrific agenda. Catapulted to the bottom of the world, Claire is at last reunited with the man she came to find, Chris Redfield. Oh, right. Catapulted to the bottom of the world, Claire is at last reunited with the man she came to find. Chris Redfield has been fighting a one-man war of his own against Umbrella's most terrifying creations, and is now on a collision course with the man who betrayed the stars in Raccoon City, a man who should, by all rights, be dead, Captain Albert Wesker. Intended for mature readers, based on the M-rated video game from Capcom. So that's the last book I'll be reading when I'm on to the Resident Evil series. And then after I finish reading that book, I'll be playing Resident Evil 4. First, the original Resident Evil 4, because it got Game of the Year. Then I'll be playing the new Resident Evil 4 remake, which came out last year in 2023. After that, I'll be watching two movies. Resident Evil The Generation, which came out in 2008, but it takes place in 2005 between Resident Evil 4 and 5. Then after that, I'll be watching on Netflix Resident Evil Infinite Darkness, which came out in 2021, but it takes place in 2006 between 4 and 5. After that, I'll be playing Resident Evil 5. Then after Resident Evil 5, I'll be watching Resident Evil Damnation, which came out in 2012, but takes place in 2011 between 5 and 6. After that is Resident Evil 6, and then then after I play Resident Evil 6, I'll be watching Resident Evil Vendetta, which came out in 2017, but takes place in 2014 between 6 and 7. Then I'll be watching Resident Evil Death Island, which came out last year in 2023, and that one takes place in 2015 between 6 and 7. After that, I'll be playing Resident Evil 7 Biohazard again, and then I'll be playing the new remastered version, which came out 2 years ago in 2022, and then last I'll be playing Resident Evil Village. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So next time I stream, I'll be continuing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and then Star Wars The Old Republic after that on the PC. So yeah, that's me for now. Hope everyone enjoyed listening to me doing a reading stream. That's the first time I was doing a reading stream. So hopefully it has went well. So yeah, I'll probably be back on. I'll have a break now, since it's like 13:18, so it's 20 minutes past 1. I'm gonna go and have some lunch, and then take a break for a bit, and then I'll put Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on, Knights of the Old Republic 2 on the Xbox, and continue where I left off. Okay, so that's me. Thanks for watching.